Saturday morning cartoons were a huge part of most of our childhoods. What we watched was almost entirely dependent on the era we grew up in and what channels we had on. For me, it was early 2000s 4Kids and Cartoon Network. The first of those being Yu-Gi-Oh!, which first aired in 2001 in America on 4Kids. And yes, that is the version that I will be talking about. I enjoy dubs. What can I say? Was some stuff censored? Absolutely, and we will discuss that. Keep in mind that I will probably say 4Kids many times throughout this video, and that is referring specifically to the channel 4Kids, as in the number 4 and then kids, one word, as opposed to saying FOR kids, meaning that the show is meant for kids, although it definitely was. And I will only be talking about the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Show, as in Duel Monsters, then moving on to other shows I grew up with on these channels. I will not be talking about the subsequent Yu-Gi-Oh! Shows such as GX or 5Ds or any of those. I have nothing against them, but I also have no attachment to them whatsoever either. Duel Monsters is far from a perfect show, but it has a lot going for it between the voice acting, the music, the villains, and the quotability. My love for this show is unabashed, and I will be diving deep into every single episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! Season by season. Guys, this is by far and away the most ambitious video I have ever done. It will take an insane amount of work and time to edit, so I ask anyone who can afford it to please just check out my Patreon. You don't have to necessarily even subscribe. Just check out the tiers and see if anything interests you. With this much time in between videos, any support would go a long way. I think the prices are super fair and the perks are pretty good if I don't say so myself. I am betting on myself big time with this video. I'm taking a huge gamble and it will either pay off big time or it will be a total dud. But at least I will know. We will find out soon which one it is. Honestly, I have no idea how long this video will end up being. I know that it's going to take me multiple recording sessions to record everything that I want to say, and it's going to take several weeks to do all of the editing that I need to do. I'm very confident in myself that this will go well, but I'm also very, very nervous. All right, guys, let's do this.
And here we go.
My history with the show is an interesting one. While this is the first show that I am talking about of my big four that I grew up watching, it was the first one to release. It was not the first one that I watched. I was very late to the party. I actually started playing the game first. My brother introduced me to it, and I had a lot of fun, so I decided to get into the show as well because of my affection for the game. I was aware of the show for years, but it wasn't until I think around 2006 or what was 5th grade for me when I actually got into the show. It was completely done airing. I just caught some of the reruns and eventually convinced my parents to buy as many of the DVDs as possible, which I completely wore out. I remember getting the season 1 DVDs was legitimately one of the best gifts I have ever received. So thank you to my parents again for that. Then eventually I was able to watch some of the episodes on 4kids.com, but I remember it loaded so slowly and had so many ads, which was very frustrating and would be especially frustrating by today's standards, but at the time, it was absolutely worth it. Keep in mind, this was long before streaming really became a big thing that everyone had and used all the time. I checked out for a while, and then until about 2016, I tried to get back into the game, and don't even get me started on that. I absolutely despise modern gameplay, or really anything after 2007, so I just kept playing old school Yu-Gi-Oh! With my friends, but I also got back into the show big time, brought back all of the nostalgia, and the rest is history. It's worth noting that there are 2 different intros in this season. The first has kind of a brief history of the origin of Duel monsters, the power being locked up in the Millennium items, and Yugi unlocking the spirit of the Millennium Puzzle, and how we must now fight against the return of the Shadow Games 5,000 years later.
When the pyramids were still young, Egyptian kings played a game.
Then it gets into the main intro with the music and everything. Having that first part is kind of cool for like the first episode or two, but it makes the intro a bit long, and overall I definitely prefer the second one, which does not have that first part about the history. And the showrunners seemed to understand that as well, as they eventually just went with the regular intro, which shows all of the main characters, a bunch of Duel monsters, and the main villain and conflict for the season. Very solid anime intro with very memorable music, though I think I prefer the Season 2 intro to both of these ones. And before we get into episode 1, let's address the huge elephant in the room. Yes, the gameplay, especially in Season 1, is all over the place. There are some absolutely insane rulings in this season in particular. The purpose of this video and series is to talk about the show, not necessarily the real-life card game rules. However, as an old-school duelist myself, I will not be able to let some of this stuff slide. So, I will be pointing out some crazy rulings, but I will try my absolute hardest to not spend too much time on every little inconsistency with the gameplay. As much as I love the characters, the music, the storytelling, dueling is such an integral piece of the show, and that makes it impossible to not talk about some of these issues. Do these things negatively affect my enjoyment of the show? Honestly, not really. The nostalgia and entertainment factor far outweigh that stuff, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not worth mentioning. So with all of that being said, let's dive in to the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters. Episode 1. The Heart of the Cards. This episode is iconic for so many reasons. Of course, the main one being that it introduced us to these characters and the game of Duel Monsters. I do want to point out right away, though, that this Tristan voice absolutely sucks, and I cannot wait until they switch over to the other one. Good thing they realized that it sucked. I wonder if they got some backlash from the fans or something, because clearly they realized that this one wasn't working and the one that they switched to was much better. But I love how simplistic the game is in the beginning. They start off very, very basic. Summoning monsters, sometimes using equip spells, but they don't even use trap cards in this first episode. And I don't believe they use effect monsters either. I also love how in these early episodes in the casual duels, they don't even explain how many life points anyone had or how one card beat another, which I will go back to later, so keep that in mind. Kaiba is straight up evil in this episode. Way different than the guy we see the rest of the show. I mean, he's definitely a dick, but for a vast majority of this show, he is definitely an anti-hero. He is someone who can be antagonistic at times and has slightly different values than the heroes, but he does ultimately end up on the side of good and usually helps them fight the big bad guy in the end. But this one specifically, he is an evil bastard. He has absolutely no regard for anyone. He straight up kidnaps Grandpa, strong-arms him into a duel, and then rips up his blue eyes. Even his voice is different in this one.
Faith is for losers, like your pathetic grandfather.
By the way, speaking of voices, I just want to point out that as a huge Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fan, I love the crossover in voice actors. Of course, this one was first, but the guy who voices Joey ends up voicing Michelangelo in the 03 Ninja Turtles, and Tristan is Raph, the second Tristan, that is. Pegasus is Master Splinter, Duke Devlin is Casey Jones, and many, many more. I also love how they establish the Joey Kaiba hatred and rivalry right off the bat. These guys clearly do not like each other, and they are going to butt heads many times throughout the show. I'm also going to point out that most of the cards in Kaiba's briefcase that he presents to Grandpa in order to try to persuade him to give up the Blue Eyes White Dragon absolutely suck. I mean, there are a few good ones in there, but a vast majority of those cards were totally useless. He should have offered something better than that. And this card was given to me by a dear friend is a line that was dropped by Grandpa that was a really good setup, really good foreshadowing that they pay off at the end of the season. I also mentioned in my intro to this video that the music throughout this show is fantastic, and that starts right away in the first episode. Between the friendship theme, the dueling music, the Blue Eyes theme, it is all perfect. The friendship stuff is incredibly cheesy, and I can understand why that would turn a lot of people off, especially if they're watching it for the first time as an adult. But for me, I do not care whatsoever. It totally works for me. It fits the tone of the show. For this entire first season, both duelists start with only 2,000 life points, and there are no direct attacks. And that is absolutely crazy to me. I am so glad that they ended up rectifying that in the second season onward. By the way, why do the best duelists in the world have such weak monsters? I mean, Kaiba opens with Hitatsumi Giant, which has 1,200 attack points, especially considering the fact that there is no sacrificing either. Another thing they rectify, thank God, in Season 2 onward. But that being the case, why not just stack your deck with all of the strongest monsters? 3,000 attack, 2,900, 2,800. Just put all of the strongest monsters in your deck. Maybe some people are just unable to obtain them, but Kaiba specifically, the richest man in the world, is running a 1,200 attack monster. What the heck are you doing, my man? First spell we see is Negative Energy, which triples his Sagi the Dark Clown's attack points. Now, I'm going to assume that that only works on weak monsters, otherwise that would be insane. But it goes to my greater point, which is that there are so many very unclear rulings and effects in this first season, especially that even regardless of how the rulings would go in real life, they don't explain them adequately in the actual show. And if you can't direct attack, why even bother putting monsters in defense mode to quote-unquote defend yourself? I have a theory that in this first season, when there is no direct attacking, you have to summon at least one monster, or at least have a monster on the field every turn, because that would make the most sense and would explain why characters constantly summon monsters in defense mode, despite the fact that nobody can direct attack. But as far as the show explains it, you could literally stall forever. So no wonder Yugi eventually ended up drawing Exodia. It was bound to happen because Kaiba can't attack him directly. Speaking of which, why even use Swords of Revealing Light in this format where nobody can attack directly? Seems like a waste of a card in your deck. Kaiba actually having all three of the other Blue Eyes that existed in the world and only wanting Grandpa so he could rip it up so it couldn't be used against him must have been a mind-blowing twist at the time. I can't imagine anyone watching this show for the first time and not knowing anything about it expecting that to happen. But this duel sets the stage perfectly for what is going to happen so many times throughout this show, in that Yugi is backed up against the wall. It seems like it is an impossible situation to get out of, but he gets the clutch draw after giving the big speech that we will hear many, many times.
My grandpa's deck has no pathetic cards, Kaiba.
By the way, how is it possible that no one has ever drawn all 5 pieces of Exodia before without direct attacks in this format? I mean, do these guys have any idea what they're doing? You feel like in this format that would have happened many, many times. Also, for whatever reason, This show loves Rude Kaiser. I believe that in the first season, Yugi, Joey, and Kaiba all use it. So I don't understand what the obsession is. It's just some random normal monster, but they clearly have one. But going back to the Exodia thing, why did they act like it all hinges on this one draw? Kaiba can't attack directly, and even if they have the hidden rule that I theorized about, Yugi could just continue to summon one monster in defense mode every turn until he's able to draw the last piece. So again, blows my mind that nobody was able to draw it up until this point. He does the Mind Crush, which is not a huge thing in this specific episode. I think most people didn't really understand what it really meant, but it comes around and pays off in a big way several episodes later. And I just have to point out that all of these shows tease the real big villain at the end of the first episode. I love it. It's a massive trope, but I don't care. It works, and I get chills every time they tease Pegasus at the end of the episode, and I got chills multiple times throughout this episode. Cheesy as hell, but I don't care. Delivers every single time. Solid first episode that introduced us to the characters, their dynamic, the basics of the game, the themes of friendship, and teases what's to come. Episode 2 is a weird one. More strange rulings, and the taped duel makes absolutely no sense, but it's important for setting up the rest of the season. Once again, they do not explain any rulings in these casual duels. How does that spell destroying Joey's rock deplete his life points? They do not explain that whatsoever. It is really funny that Taya continues to beat him in casual duels, though. Also, especially considering the care that people take with their cards in real life, these characters just carrying their deck around in their pocket is the funniest thing ever. How do they never get damaged in this show? And the Tristan voice, I'm probably going to keep complaining about that until they changed it. Joey training with Grandpa was pretty funny. It's very rigorous. Like, Grandpa, chill, dude. He's not competing in the Olympics or something like that. It's a card game.
You have no time for rest!
They do a little recap of the Kaiba duel. Bro, that was 1 episode ago. We all remember. I just want to point out something that's very obvious that everyone will notice, especially in this first season, is that everyone except for the main characters have a gimmick, or rather an archetype. I actually think that these side characters, these villains and opponents that our main characters duel throughout the show, actually have more of a cohesive and synergetic deck than our main characters do, especially Yugi, which his deck seems to be a random collection of cards. But Two-Headed King Rex is Rex's best card. Come on, man. How the hell is this guy in the regional finals? Also, we get our first glimpse at a trap card in this duel between him and Weevil, though they're still not really explaining the effects, rulings, and life points. This stuff does annoy me a little bit, but they do fix it as the show goes along. They do a little early seed planting as to what Pegasus's real reason for running the tournament is and what he seeks. He mentions the Millennium items, but why does he need them? We find that out slowly throughout the season. The taped duel is absolutely ridiculous. It makes no sense whatsoever. However, I just want to point out that the Pegasus theme is fantastic. The villain themes are so damn good. Honestly, this is probably one of the weaker ones, but it is still really, really good. Pegasus talks briefly about the history of Duel Monsters, and wait, what the hell was that? Did they just show the end of the season? They literally just showed Magician of Black Chaos destroying Thousand Eyes Restrict. Spoiler, guys, come on. But I guess at the time, we had no idea what that meant out of context, and by the time we get to the end of the season, we had totally forgotten about that. So I don't think it actually spoiled anything. I think it's more so brilliant foreshadowing. By the way, Yami Yugi says he doesn't believe in magic, so what do you think the Millennium Puzzle is then? Come on, man. Even just beyond the logistics of the taped duel itself, there are so many problems with this one. First off, why the hell did Yugi summon Silver Fang when he knew it was weaker than Komori Dragon? Look at the attack points, man. Also, how did Komori Dragon just randomly gain 200 attack points? It was at 1,500, then 1,700. Is that an effect of Pegasus's Dragon Piper? I don't know. They don't explain it. Also, what even are turns? It feels like they just randomly play cards whenever they want. Wait a minute. Was Yugi even supposed to draw that card? Was that his draw for the turn? Because it kind of makes it seem like he just took a card from the top of his deck randomly. And how does he know that it's a monster? Of course, it's Dark Magician, because it's always Dark Magician. That brings Pegasus down to 1,200, and yeah, somehow Komori Dragon randomly gained 200 attack points. They did not explain that whatsoever. Also, Dark Magician is a monster Yugi. He refers to it as a magic card, but we'll move on from that. Eye of Illusion is by far and away the best card we have seen yet. It's got a pretty sneaky effect, but are characters, duelists, not allowed to read the effects of their opponent's monsters? That is wild to me. It turns Yugi's own monster against him. Pegasus ends up winning, of course, on time, right before Yugi is about to attack him. I still do not understand for the life of me how the hell this whole taped duel even worked. So, as far as I'm concerned, this does not count as a loss for Yugi in the show. Although, there is a very good cliffhanger at the end with Grandpa's soul being sucked away. Journey to Duelist Kingdom is a bit more of a bridge episode. There isn't a duel in it, but it establishes that Joey and Yugi both have something to fight for. Yugi to save his grandpa, and Joey to win the prize money to pay for an operation to give his sister sight back before she goes permanently blind.
This is bad.
No kidding, Taya. Thank you for that. Yugi really is the nicest guy in the world. He protected Joey and Tristan when, at the time, Joey and Tristan were bullies to him. They picked on him, and of course this is a while back, but giving us a little bit more backstory on the start of Yugi and Joey's friendship, giving Joey one of his star chips, putting himself at a huge disadvantage. Come on, man. Literally the nicest guy in the world. By the way, good thing they give everyone 2 star chips. Otherwise, they would have been totally SOL. By the way, as a huge Scooby-Doo fan, I got massive Scooby-Doo vibes with Tristan and Taya sneaking around. I thought that was pretty fun. Not going to lie about this, guys. My Valentine is one of my first crushes ever. I already talked about Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost Thorn being probably my first crush ever. Apparently, I had a thing for cartoon characters back then because Mai was also one of them. She's so attractive and confident and has that charm to her, and she uses it to her advantage. Love the way all the guys act around her. They clearly feel the same way that I do. Weevil and Rex are very annoying, especially Weevil. These guys keep popping up throughout the show, keep dueling, and luckily they keep losing because I absolutely cannot stand them. They very much are the punching bags of this series, establishing the rivalries right off the bat between Joey and Rex and Yugi and Weevil. I freaking love Joey's Brooklyn accent. Help me out here. I mean, it makes no sense that he has it, but it is just one of the quirks of the dub that I thoroughly enjoy.
Pop it in and check it out.
I also love that Yugi carries around a literal gold sarcophagus, which is what his cards are in, and I assume that the eventual card gold sarcophagus is based off of that. Pretty cool. Let's talk about Mai's head games, her so-called psychic abilities to know which card she's going to draw next. I just want to say, I don't know if that really gives her that much of a tactical advantage, even knowing what card you're going to draw, maybe gives you somewhat of an advantage, but I'm not entirely sure how much it is if you have no control over what that card is going to be. But I do think it works really well as kind of a psych out tactic to get into your opponent's head. Weevil is an absolute weasel. He threw away Exodia like the little twerp that he is, and we will hate him for the rest of the show because of that. Joey is also a great friend, literally jumping into the water to try to save Duel Monsters cards. Of course, he's unable to get all of them, but it is impossible to not get invested in all of this melodrama. Yugi, Joey, Joey's sister, Grandpa, and we get another good cliffhanger as they arrive at Duelist Kingdom. It's very fitting that the first duel in the tournament will be between Yugi and Weevil. He gets to have immediate revenge for what Weevil did with the Exodia cards. I also love that every single character has a recognizable theme, even somewhat minor ones, like Weevil. It's very obnoxious, which of course fits the character perfectly. Taya keeps seeing Bakura, which I think is pretty creepy, especially given the fact that nobody else sees him, and there's some really good foreshadowing there as well. The entire season has great foreshadowing. We established the competition, Rex, Weevil, adding Mako into the mix. His gimmick, of course, is that he is a sea duelist. The dueling gloves, I gotta be honest, are pretty cool. It's a nice way of carrying around your star chips while also looking like a badass. I find it strange and hilarious that the characters don't even address the Yami thing for quite a long time, but at the same time, it's also kind of cool. It's a nice little mystery that they plant for us. He was very confident that he was going to win this duel, wagering his deck along with his 1 star chip against Weevil's 2 star chips to make it even. Totally worth it to eliminate that little dweeb. I love that there is an audience for this duel. Weevil, of course, has a reputation, but Yugi has one now as well because he's the kid that beat Kaiba. Something that I want to point out for the Duelist Kingdom tournament is that I hate the field power bonuses. They tried too hard to be clever and cute with that one, but it just did not land for me whatsoever. In fact, most of the time when they add in these new little wrinkles to these duels throughout the show, they don't really work for me. Just stick to the regular rules. Very strange for Yugi to crash with Mammoth Graveyard on the opening move. Crash, by the way, for people who aren't super familiar with the terms of the actual game, is when you attack an opponent's monster in attack mode with your monster that has the same attack points and they destroy each other. Don't understand the point of doing that on his opening move. Good thing direct attacks are not allowed because he would have been wide open on his next turn. Yugi, or especially Yami Yugi, is very savvy, picking things up very, very quickly and understands the field power bonuses right away. Still a very strange move, though, considering both monsters got the field power bonus. I also really enjoy the exposition from the friends in kind of an ironic way. Like, we know what's going on, we're watching the duel, but thanks anyway, guys. Monsters with field power bonuses are resistant to magic attacks? Let's see if they stay consistent with that one. I highly doubt it. So many weird, random, inconsistent rulings. They were clearly making it up on the fly at this point in time. Again, why even defend at all if they can't attack directly? They must have that hidden rule that I alluded to earlier. Yugi lays his card face down without announcing. I don't think that's allowed. I don't think you're just supposed to sneak in a card like that. You're supposed to tell your opponent everything that you do, but we'll just let that slide, I guess. Wait, so they actually do kind of address the Yami thing. Taya drops the line, when he's dueling, it's like he's a totally different guy. So they do kind of address it. It's a tease more than anything else. They don't really explore it until later in the season. By the way, Mirror Force does damage at this point in the show, and I don't understand the math behind the damage either. I tried to figure it out. I thought maybe it was half of the combined attack points, but obviously that would have killed Weevil. So the math of the Mirror Force, I don't understand it whatsoever. I would love if someone would explain it to me because I just do not get that one. It might have been totally random, honestly, to get Weevil to a life point count that they wanted him to be at. Mai arrives at the duel to talk trash and downplay Yugi's chances and downplay the influence that his friends have when they're constantly cheering for him. Tristan and Joey totally simp for her, which relatable, and Taya hates her, of course. I would be very interested in learning the percentage of time of these duels that is actually spent on making the moves, because there is a lot of talking in between moves during these duels. Why would Yugi assume that Weevil's trap would destroy all of his monsters on an attack? Isn't Mirror Force the only one that does that? I don't understand why he's jumping to that conclusion. Also, do traps just automatically activate at this point? Why would Weevil waste it on Karibo? That makes absolutely no sense. Couldn't he have just waited for one of Yugi's stronger monsters to activate it? On top of that, they didn't even really explain what the card actually does. So it's like an automatic Ring of Destruction that only does damage to the owner of the monster? Very, very unclear. I unironically love that summoning huge monsters usually means the end of the duel. I think that is awesome. It should be a big deal when you summon big monsters. Of course, in real life, people would usually destroy it on the very next turn with a Fissure or Smashing Ground or something like that, if not immediately with a trap or flip effect monster or something. I love that big monsters actually mean something in this show. Also, Yugi, are you blind? Did you not see the Cocoon's defense points? Why attack with Gaia? Come on, man. These are supposed to be the best duelists in the world. I gotta prepare a defense. Why? There are no direct attacks. Joey randomly tells Yugi that you gotta get fired up, and Yugi says, wait, that's it. Get fired up. That is such a trope that damn near every TV show and movie uses, where someone will just kind of randomly say something totally unrelated to what's going on, and it happens to be exactly what the other person needs to hear and gives them the solution to whatever problem they find themselves in. It is an annoying trope, but it's also a pretty fun one. So I guess the cheering is actually worth something after all. And of course, Mai downplays the pep talk right after that. Like, did you not just see that it literally worked? He used Burning Land to destroy the field power bonus, which makes absolutely no sense. I don't understand how that works. I don't understand what the actual written effect of Burning Land is in the show. Gotta love these random rulings. Really cool dueling music when Great Moth comes out. I think that the show absolutely nails the dueling music, especially when big moves are made. Wait, did Yugi just play Polymerization during Weevil's turn? Bruh. Also, was Great Moth attacking all of Yugi's monsters? How? You should only be able to attack one at a time. It's also hilarious that they have monsters' attack points drain over time. And no, I'm not talking about turns, which is what it would be in real life. I'm talking about literal time. And as far as I know, there are no time constraints for these duels. So the other player could just wait for the other monster to lose all of its attack points. That is so funny. So apparently the cards do very specific things depending on what environment they're in. And Yugi constantly is on the beneficial end of that. Man, this would drive me absolutely nuts if I had to duel in this tourney. I need me some consistent rules. I legitimately don't remember Yugi getting taken down to 50 life points this early in the show, but Summon Skull comes in clutch, and let's be honest, Summon Skull is super badass. One of my favorite cards that Yugi ever uses throughout the entire show, not just this season. The electricity thing makes no sense. Summon Skull is a normal monster, but it gains 1,000 points, and how much did the Great Moth lose? I don't know. They didn't really explain it, but I don't care because it's so fun to watch Weevil lose. By the way, how many of their opponents actually play with honor and are decent people? Not very many. Maybe I should keep a tally as the show goes along. But I love the little Weevil card with the X over it, indicating that he has been eliminated. Nice little touch. Bye-bye, dumbass. Now it's time for Joey's first duel. And first duel is literally the name of the episode. He is awfully confident for someone who constantly struggles in casual duels, losing to Taya over and over. He's ready to take on anyone, and honestly, I respect it. The Serenity flashbacks do a really good job, once again, hammering home the emotional stakes for this character. Of course, we run into Mai, and man, her theme is just so good. Fits her vibe, energy, and charm so well. And the wink after beating that random trash guy, oh, man. Props to Joey for accepting Mai's challenge for his first duel. Bold or stupid? Probably both. And make sure to check the field before playing. You know about the field power bonus from Yugi's last duel with Weevil. You have to pay attention to that stuff. We establish immediately how stuck up Mai is, setting up her arc very well. She duels for herself, for the money, for the fame, for the cars. Joey has much more to fight for and is ultimately why he wins this duel, which is a constant theme throughout the show. The Harpy theme is also great. Say what you will about the dub, but the music, I'm going to keep on harping on this, is fantastic. Honestly, I don't think Mai's cheating, I alluded to this before, really gives her that much of an advantage. It's more of just a psych-out tactic than anything else, but it does the job because it gets into Joey's head. Oh boy. Earth-based monsters have a weakness to monsters that can fly. What the hell are we talking about? This isn't Pokemon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Does not have the thing where monsters with certain attributes are weak to monsters with other attributes. And they don't stick to this at all. It's incredibly inconsistent, and eventually they just completely do away with all of that because it was dumb, and eventually they realize it. Also, Joey's monster already had lower attack points, regardless of the flying thing, regardless of field power bonuses. So what the hell was he thinking? He already forgot that dumb rule on the very next turn. Classic Joey, making huge mistakes early in the duel, but is able to turn it around later. Also, why didn't Mai just play the equip card right away and do more damage? I've never understood that. Joey is losing his mind over this dumb parlor trick that Mai continues to do. Like, bro, just let it go. It really doesn't help her that much. Mai, of course, continues to downplay the cheerleading. It's annoying, sure, but like I pointed out before, she was right there for Yugi's last duel, and something that Joey told him literally worked and helped him beat Weevil. So what is she talking about? They discuss the possibility of Joey and Yugi dueling each other down the line, which is interesting foreshadowing, but also, dude, focus on the duel in front of you. If you lose this one, you're out. That's a long ways away. Cross that bridge when you come to it. It's also weird that they act like there's some kind of conflict and that only one of them can get what they want, but obviously we know that if Yugi wins, he can just give the prize money to Joey and he can still rescue his grandpa. So it's going to be fine, but they need to keep harping on this idea that only one of them can win. And if Joey wins, he can rescue Yugi's grandpa. So again, it's a non-issue. It's manufactured tension, but it's still pretty effective. Joey finally sniffs out, you see what I did there? That's a pun, sniff, because she uses her perfume, sniffs out what Mai was doing. And now that he has it figured out, he is able to duel with a clear head, and he is no longer being weighed down by this. This is also the debut of the Bandit Keith theme.
You can tell which card is which even when they're face down.
When Joey figures this out, of course he is not Bandit Keith, but I don't care because they play that theme for other characters, and it's just one of my favorite pieces in the entire show.
So you don't
Thinking
have to
clearly
look in order to play your
still
cards.
shouldn't mean
That way
that
you
he
can
is
psych
a
the other
match for Mai, who is literally one of the best duelists in the world, but it is what it is. And wait, now she just calls it Harpy's Lady with an S? Oh well, let's just completely move past that. Also, how many times can she multiply them? You can only have 5 monsters on the field, but she has like an endless number of Harpy ladies. Makes absolutely no sense. Joey's lucky she couldn't attack, otherwise she could have just done so and won, but, she gets greedy and wants to juice up her Harpies as much as possible. Of course, he draws Time Wizard, the exact card that he needs. Look, this makes sense with Yami because he has powers, but Joey doesn't, although they do sort of imply that Yami uses his powers to make that top card, Time Wizard, and that is cheating to the highest degree. You should not be allowed to do that. Although, for what they're fighting for, I guess I'll let it slide. Also, how the hell did Joey not know if it was already in his hand or not? Come on, bro. You have to pay attention to your hand. I mean, that is the bare minimum type stuff. Wait, he doesn't even have to spin this time? I feel like every other time he does, even with Baby Dragon, which technically you're supposed to just use polymerization to fuse them. You don't have to flip the coin in real life or spin the time thing in the show, but this honestly makes more sense because it's a fusion monster. But I do believe that every time after this, even with Baby Dragon, he has to spin. And also, why does it only give him a 33% chance? I mean, there are clearly 4 skulls and 2 time machines, yet he wins almost every single time. Joey is literally the luckiest duelist in the world.
I believed, and the cards came through for me.
No, actually, it wasn't you. Yami did, that damn cheater. Joey gets Thousand Dragon, plus the Harpies get weakened. Plus, I guess, for some reason, he can attack all 3 of them at once. I guess that doesn't really make a ton of sense, because if he can only attack 1, he wouldn't have taken all of her life points. But, again, weird rulings early on. Really, really OP. In this iteration, are the Harpies just counted as one entity? Is that why she's able to have so many? That would make sense. It's kind of weird, but within the context of the show, I guess that would work. Joey wins against all odds, and we get the classic friendship speech that we will hear many, many times, and a lot of people will understandably get sick of it, but I don't care. It totally works for me. Now let's move on to Yugi's duel with Mako in Attack from the Deep, and oh man, this one has so many problems. This is one of the most infamous duels in the entire show. Has some of the worst rulings in the entire show. But before we get to that, honestly, Joey has completely earned his cockiness. He just beat one of the best duelists in the world. Talk your stuff, man. I respect it. Also, why the hell would these characters not bring food? You know you're going to be there for a while. You might need to eat. But on the flip side, why wouldn't there be any concessions around there? Very strange on both ends. Joey and Tristan straight up steal someone else's fish. Come on, guys. That's not cool. But they get called out for it, and Mako comes up, and the wave coming up reminds me of the day you almost caught Captain Jack Sparrow thing. Really enjoyed that.
This is the day you should always remember as the day that you almost...
I do like that they set up Mako a few episodes earlier, and the freaky fish guy line made me laugh so hard. He's actually a pretty good guy. Seems like a facade at first, but we find out in the end that it's real. The fish was literally bait to reel in a new duelist to play, so that was a pretty cool move on his part. Wait a minute. How did they get to the dueling platform? There's a little distance between it and the land, then they're kind of just all of a sudden there. Did they jump? Swim? I mean, very, very confusing that they didn't show how they got there. Being able to just hide your monsters like that is super overpowered, and a lot of these duels against these gimmick duelists throw our guys off at first, and they're losing the first part of the duel. But then once they figure out the gimmick, they're able to win pretty easily, kind of like Joey did against Mai in the previous duel. But there's not a ton of back and forth, is what I'm saying. And I do tend to prefer the back and forth duels, which we get more of later this season and later in the show. Yugi defends with Horn Imp, and again, why? Oh, wait, I guess he actually put him in attack mode. Then why the hell did he say build a strong defense? Anyway, also, why didn't Yugi attack with Feral Imp right away? And why did he smack the Horn of the Unicorn on top of Feral Imp instead of in the spell and trap zone? Just so many random, funny moments in these early duels. Giant Jellyfish redirects all of the attacks to it? Damn, that's a pretty good effect, honestly. These sea creatures are pretty cool. Wait, what? How did the Fiend Kraken beat Feral Imp? Even with a field power bonus, the souped-up Imp with Horn of the Unicorn should have won, and they don't adequately explain that either. Speaking of which, why not attack with the souped-up Silverfang right away? The moon doubling his attack is crazy. Whoa, Kyushin is super badass. Destroy Silverfang. How does that work? I don't really know. They hardly explain anything in this duel. And now the ocean covers almost the entire field? What? So what the heck is Yugi supposed to do? I will say, though, the best part of this duel is Mako's backstory, which is very tragic and makes you feel for him. His dad is definitely dead, but they can't say that in 4Kids, so they say that he's still trying to find him and he thinks that he's still out there in the sea. It's nice to have an opponent that is actually fighting for something and is playing honorable and is a decent guy. It's a nice change of pace from Weevil and Mai. I need something that will help me turn the tide. Ha! See what you did there, man. I'm a big fan of puns. That was nice. Wait, I thought Mako was having his monsters attack Giant Soldier of Stone, but he's attacking with all three of them, which doesn't really make any sense, but whatever. Then all of a sudden, it's Yugi's turn, and he switches Soldier to attack mode. What the hell happened there? And then we get one of the most ridiculous moves in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters history. He has Giant Soldier of Stone attack his own moon. So ridiculous. And what it does is change the tide and make all of Mako's monsters wash up on shore. What? Literally one of the most infamous things that happens in not only this season, but the entire show. There is no possible way this could work in any way in the real game, or even if the show had somewhat consistent rulings that made any kind of sense. Curse of Dragon plus Burning Land wins Yugi the duel and allows him to attack all of Mako's monsters. Burning Land should not do that, but apparently it does, and it's a totally different effect than it had in the duel against Weevil, so apparently Burning Land can just do whatever Yami wants it to do at any given time, although we do hear the Summon the Dragon theme, which is awesome. Love it, another one of my favorites. Destroying your own moon card was a brilliant and unexpected move, Yugi, says Mako. Or, in my opinion, it just makes no damn sense, but okay, sure, let's go with that. It's a brilliant and unexpected move. He jumps off the cliff into the water. How does he get back up exactly? I'm not entirely sure. It must be difficult, but this was a wild duel. One of the worst and most inconsistent in the entire show, but I do really like Mako as a character. Now we get this little 3-episode arc where they bring Kaiba back into play, they pay off and further explore the thing they set up in episode 1 with the Mind Crush, and we get to know his brother Mokuba quite a bit better and what he's trying to accomplish. Mokuba escapes the castle in a very Rapunzel-like scene without the hair, but lucky some trees stopped his fall. Also, one of the most famous lines in this show that was clearly censored, the world's finest fruit juice, Pegasus says. Bro, we know that's wine, we all know what it is, but they can't even say that on a 4Kids show. And everything so far is going exactly according to Pegasus's plan. Very Palpatine-esque. The gang tries to help a kid who got his deck and star chips stolen. Side note, really nice to see Weevil's little punk ass on the loser boat. So satisfying.
Now, the only thing my brilliant mind is doing is giving me a brilliant headache.
I feel you, Joey, as someone who gets headaches all the time. Such a relatable line. Another line that's really good. Sometimes I don't think Yugi even knows why he does half the stuff he does. Another little hint at Yami, guys, you have no idea. They know it has something to do with the puzzle, but they're not entirely sure how it works. Again, we kind of get pieces of this slowly as we move through this season. Kaiba is in a really bad spot. After losing to Yugi, he's depressed and very down on himself. He didn't join the Duelist Kingdom tournament, and you can't help but feel bad for him. But at the same time, it's the wake-up call that he needed. He needed to be humbled, and Yugi quite literally separated the evil part of Kaiba from himself. And he even drops a line to where he says, "I feel as though I've lost a part of myself that day," which quite literally he did. And he's going on this journey of self-discovery. I bet when people were watching this show for the first time, they were not expecting that at all after the first episode, after how horrible of a person he was in that episode. But it will make for a really good arc for the character throughout the show, but especially in this season. So the gang finds out that Mokuba was the one who stole the deck and star chips from the kid. And by the way, he is a horrible duelist, just throwing out these weak-ass monsters to try to attack Yugi's winged dragon. But does he not see the attack points on the board? One of the most mind-blowing things to me watching some of these duelists do, especially in this season, is summoning monsters that are clearly weaker than their opponents. Like, the attack points are right there. Everyone can see them. Come on, man. It's revealed that another part of Pegasus's plan is to take over Kaiba Corp. At this point, we're not exactly sure why. Is it just a business move? We'll get a little bit more on that later as well. But for that, he needs Kaiba out of the picture, and he needs control over Mokuba. Side note, but the board members of Kaiba Corp who are betraying Kaiba, one of them is voiced by the same guy who voices Joey. They reuse a lot of people, which honestly isn't really an issue. But in order for Pegasus to take over the company, he needs to restore its reputation, and he needs to defeat Yugi in a game of Duel Monsters, which I love. Duel Monsters has so much weight in this universe. There's so much stakes to this game, and that is so cool. It's basically like they do that instead of fighting wars or something. Yami straight up admits that he removed the evil from Kaiba's heart. Guess he was unable to remove the cynicism, though. Hearing the Millennium Battle as Yugi talks to Mokuba about his plan to defeat Pegasus gives me chills every single time. Mokuba is not a bad kid. He's just trying to help his brother out by any means necessary. Kaiba cannot figure out how Yugi beat him. It's not that complicated, bro. He drew all 5 pieces of Exodia. That's literally how it happened. I mean, you're in a format where nobody can attack directly, so it makes total sense. But it looks like Kaiba has his stuff together now, and he admits that the heart of the cards might actually be a real thing and might be the reason that Yugi beat him. This is probably one of the most heavily censored episodes in the entire show because we get the iconic finger pointing.
Mr. Pegasus would like to have a few words with you.
You better comply or else. Obviously, originally it was guns, but they can't show guns on 4 kids. So Pegasus's goons just menacingly point their fingers at Kaiba. One of the most infamous moments from this show. Classic 4 kids. Kaiba escapes and we get some cool music, but he did forget his deck. Whoops. The antenna head burn on Chemo was a really good one by Joey. I love the constant jabs that these characters are throwing at each other, and we get a cliffhanger to end the episode with a freaky, creepy horror ghost Kaiba setting up a duel between him and Yugi. Real quick, just a fun, small little detail I noticed during the recap before this episode. All of the Kaiba Corp goons are in the shadows and you can barely see them, which is kind of a double entendre because they're literally shady people doing shady dealings. Just a nice, fun little detail that I really enjoyed. Their immediate reaction, the gang's reaction to seeing this ghost Kaiba, is that it's not Kaiba. They refuse to believe it. Mokuba, in particular, is adamant that that is not his brother. This thing is legitimately creepy. Must have freaked little kids out watching this for the first time back in the day. I don't think I watched this show immediately as it came out, but I also wasn't super young while I was watching it, so it didn't freak me out that much, but it is a genuinely creepy character. And he can communicate with Yugi telepathically, which is wild. I mean, he also has the same opening move, which is very freaky. Yugi responds this time with Dark Magician, which takes over half of Ghost Kaiba's life points. However, Ghost Kaiba makes a very good point in that Yugi doesn't have Exodia anymore, which is the only way he was able to beat this deck before, and clearly Ghost Kaiba has original Kaiba's deck, and that makes some of the gang believe that this could actually be the real Kaiba. It could actually be his ghost as opposed to the evil part that Yami banished, which is what he actually is. So it's going to be very tough for Yugi to beat him without Exodia, but we know, of course, that he's going to find a way. The whole Kaiba escape and then hacking into Pegasus's data frame sequence is just incredibly entertaining and badass. I believe this is also the first time that we hear Kaiba's tech music. He also realizes the stakes and that Yugi has lost Exodia, and because Yugi losing would mean Pegasus taking over Kaiba Corp, Kaiba has to do whatever he can to help Yugi win. How the turn tables. The Blue Eyes theme signals that the Blue Eyes is coming, and you get chills. And the summoning of Blue Eyes by Ghost Kaiba is one indication that this could potentially be the real Kaiba. I do really like that they skipped over all of the BS from the first duel and just went straight to Dark Magician versus Blue Eye. So as an audience member, you're like, where the heck are they going from here? Of course, we as audience members know that the real Kaiba is still around and is trying to hack into this duel, but the characters don't know that because they haven't seen him. They've only seen this version of Kaiba that is right in front of them. Pegasus clearly wants to keep all of the information about Yugi and his duels secret. Almost all of his protection is put into Yugi specifically, but Kaiba searches for Dark Magician, which was a brilliant move, and this whole sequence shows off just how savvy he is. I found it strange that Ghost Kaiba, and I'm going to use GK in my notes, so if I accidentally say GK, it is what it is, but I'm going to try to say the whole thing every time. Interesting that he's not attacking. Also interesting is that Defense Paralysis, which is technically not a real card, it's called Stop Defense, but in this version, it's a continuous card, which forces all of your opponent's monsters into attack mode. Basically more like a one-sided final attack orders. Stop Defense in real life only switches one monster to attack mode. So honestly, this Defense Paralysis is a pretty OP card. Apparently, Ghost Kaiba wants to keep Dark Magician on the field for now, which I don't really understand, but I guess maybe we'll find out why as we get further into this duel. But Pegasus has blocked all of Yugi's cards with a virus, and we get an awesome line from Kaiba.
It's far already, and I'm not gonna blow it. Actually, yes I am.
With actual virtual dynamite, just so amazing. Sometimes a password is the easy part. Mokuba is absolutely adamant that this is not the real Kaiba, but Yugi is not so sure, and all of the other characters are not so sure. And honestly, given the evidence that they have in front of them, I can't really blame them for being skeptical. Magical Hats is the luckiest damn card in Yugi's deck. That is about the only thing that could have saved him there. It also seems like every single time he uses them, his opponent never hits Dark Magician on the first, second, or even third try. He always survives until the last minute. Yugi is the luckiest damn duelist, aside from Joey, of course, who quite literally relies on luck with a lot of his cards. Also, again, especially since you can't defend with Defense Paralysis on the field, why not just not summon at all unless you can destroy Ghost Kaiba's monster? Because there are no direct attacks. Again, I'm pretty sure there's a hidden Duelist Kingdom rule to where you have to have one monster at least on the field each turn. Kaiba's finally in, and he's going to do whatever he can to help Yugi win this duel. It is weird, though, that Yugi thinks he'll lose the duel if Dark Magician is destroyed. No, you won't, dude. You will still have 500 life points left. Do some math. Yugi puts a trap in one of his magical hats, which, watching it in the show, is a pretty cool move, adds another layer. However, it also kind of puts him at a disadvantage because normally you could just activate that trap on attack regardless. So now, Ghost Kaiba has to hit that specific hat in which the trap is hiding, which of course he does, and it's Spellbinding Circle. Side note, Spellbinding Circle in real life doesn't drain 700 attack. It just stops your opponent from attacking or changing battle position. So in the show, it's more like Shadow Spell. It is almost exactly the same as Shadow Spell. But of course, he draws another Blue Eyes immediately, and things aren't looking so good for our spiky-haired boy, and the real Kaiba is going to have to take this duel into his own hands, helping Yugi for his own selfish reasons, not allowing Pegasus to take over Kaiba Corp, but helping him nonetheless, which is something that you will see quite a bit in this show, reluctantly helping the good guys. Also, why summon Feral Imp? Why not just summon nothing? Again, I'm going to keep harping on this. Maybe I shouldn't, but I think at this point I'm just going to have to operate under the belief that you have to have a monster on the field every turn. They never say that in Duelist Kingdom, but I think at this point we have to believe that that is the case. Yugi honestly would have lost this duel if Kaiba didn't hack into the system and help him. Pegasus locks him out, but Kaiba stops the attack with, I don't know, magic, the heart of the cards. Wow, I guess when they say someone can't win with a deck that doesn't belong to them, they really mean it. Even Kaiba himself admits that it was the heart of the cards. Man, he has progressed so much, and honestly goes backwards quite a bit after this season. We finally see the true version of Ghost Kaiba. He shows his true self, some very creepy clown-looking thing, which is totally disgusting. The evil half from the Mind Crush. Another awesome jab from Joey where he says, I always thought this duel might turn ugly, but I never thought that ugly. So good. Kaiba gets discovered, and unfortunately that means that Yugi is all on his own for the rest of the duel. There's a very strange line dropped by Pegasus where he says, must I lock you away again to croquet? Wait, has he locked him away before? That's pretty weird. Okay, so yeah, defense paralysis is definitely one-sided because Ghost Kaiba is able to defend. So an incredibly overpowered card, especially for this era. And again, especially if the hidden rule is there where you have to summon or have a monster on the field every single turn. Also, we haven't seen any spell and trap removal yet. So you can't get rid of it with like a Dust Tornado or Mystical Space Typhoon or Heavy Storm or anything like that. So that is so crazy, and of course he draws the third Blue Eyes when his deck still looks huge. This is just a little side note, but the decks always look massive. No matter how far into the duel they are, they don't thin the decks down at all. They always look huge. I mean, it's a very, very small detail, but just a funny little thing that I always notice when watching this show. We get a double trap interaction, which is very cool. Mirror Force to negate attack, although it actually wouldn't work like that because negate attack has to be an actual attack. It doesn't stop a so-called reflected attack because Mirror Force just destroys the monsters, but whatever, semantics. Yugi bringing back Blue Eyes is so cool, and Mystical Elf can transfer her attack points. No, she can't. I mean, she's quite literally a normal monster, but apparently she can in this specific duel because it's exactly what Yugi needed to be able to win, and we'll take it because we get bye-bye creepy clown ghost, and Yami sends him to the Shadow Realm for good, never to be seen again, and then calls out Pegasus in one of the best speeches of the show, and you get chills, at least I get chills, every single time. I love a good badass hero threatening villain moment. However, Pegasus is still very confident, and the gang notices that Mokuba is gone. Next, we get the Dueling Monkey and Trial by Red Eyes, which is the Joey versus Rex duel. And honestly, this is one of my favorite 2-episode arcs in this entire season for multiple reasons. First of all, the duel itself is very back and forth, which is kind of the first time we see that And we get the good Tristan voice. Finally, it is so much better than the other one. There's some good character stuff in there. We get confirmation that Mokuba has been captured by Pegasus, and that just adds more motivation, not only to the gang, but also to Kaiba himself. Joey and Tristan just so happen to have 2 different Battle Guard cards. It does say they work best when they're together is apparently the description of one or both of them, and what exactly does that mean? Very, very vague, as we soon find out. A lot of these card effects or descriptions are extremely vague in this first season so that they can do whatever the writers want them to do at any given moment. Always good to see Mai, and she's, of course, sick of beating trash duelists so easily. She is still haunted by her loss to Joey. Another funny line, after all the crazy duelists, it's good to see some normal kids for a change. Yeah, I agree, but for whatever reason, you guys choose to never duel them. Of course, from a writer's perspective, it would be boring to duel these normal kids, but it's just really funny considering, the fact that they just never choose to duel these people. Even Rex has a little theme music. Every single character, even the minor ones, have a recognizable theme every time they come on to screen. And Joey wants to duel Rex on his own. And Mai also forbids Joey's friends from giving him advice during the duel because she blames the fact that Joey beat her on Yugi giving Joey advice. So he's got to do this on his own. The crazy thing about this show is they can't even show shoving. I mean, literally, it was off screen. We just heard about it. And it's like, come on, guys. Shoving, we can't even show that on 4Kids. Tristan storms off just like his voice actor voiced Raphael from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2003 would, which is just perfect. And believe me, I have a lot to say about that show, which I will eventually get to. This is a very fun duel. As I alluded to before, I really like the back and forth nature of it. However, just like almost every other duel, especially in the early part of this season, there are tons of issues with it. Joey draws his magic combo right away. This can't possibly go wrong, right? By the way, Rex says that defending on the first turn is something an amateur would move or something along those lines, and that in and of itself is not a bad thing at all. In fact, I think in a lot of cases, it is certainly the right move. But why would Joey just summon Baby Dragon and nothing else on the first turn? Did he not think that Rex had a monster that would be able to destroy it? Also, why is he not paying attention to the field power bonuses again? Like, come on, dude. We've seen this. You've watched duels. You've been in a duel. This is very frustrating, man. You got to remember this stuff. Man, they take forever to make their moves during these duels with all of the inner and outer monologues. Just make your damn move, man. Get to the duel. Joey puts Time Wizard in the spell and trap zone? Huh? It's a monster. Dinosaurs are weak to fire? Huh? Where does it say that in the rules? Another very weird rule that they definitely won't stick to. Rex drops a line about having a big monster in his deck, and of course, immediately after that, he draws that exact monster. Because why not? That's literally exactly how it always happens. They cut around Joey and Tristan's fight against the bullies. Again, we can barely tell what's going on because they just censor everything all to hell, and we can't see any of this fighting or violence, apparently. But Joey realizes that Tristan has just been looking out for him all along because he's a good guy and a good friend, and with that, he summons both of the battle guards, his and Tristan's, which Tristan lent him for this duel. I still do not understand whatsoever how these monsters work, what their actual effects are. Do they increase each other's attack? By how much? Is it only when the opponent is attacking? It's extremely unclear, but he's able to destroy Serpent Knight Dragon. But of course, that is not Rex's real boss monster, and we get an ominous cliffhanger with a dark dragon in the background. I'm going to reiterate that it's crazy and kind of awesome that in this version of the game, people always assume the duel is over when the opponent's strongest monster is destroyed because there is such a lack of monster removal. However, he gets exactly what he needs with his real boss monster, Red Eyes Black Dragon. What an awesome creature with a really cool theme. In these duels, they always clearly start with the weaker monsters and slowly build their way up to the boss monsters, especially with the opponents, which is obviously not the way it would work in real life, but it certainly makes for some satisfying duels. They say that Red Eye's powers are said to rival the legendary Blue Eyes White Dragon, which honestly is not really true. I mean, guys, he's literally 600 attack points short. He's not even as strong as Dark Magician, so I don't know why the heck they're saying that. And he's able to destroy both battle guards because, I don't know, when they attack together, they are destroyed together or something very vague like that and almost destroys all of Joey's life points. Again, I do not understand what the heck the math is there, but it's whatever. I don't really care. And this is where the duel gets really interesting. They up the stakes. Rex decides to make a bet, and both duelists will wager the cards they currently have on the field. I mean, of course, Joey, being a gambling man himself, agrees to it. Time Wizard versus Red Eyes, and Time Wizard comes in clutch again. Of course, this time Joey had to spin it, and it still doesn't make that much sense that there are 4 skulls and 2 time machines, only giving him a 33% chance of winning, which again, he does almost every single time. It should be 50-50 like it is in real life, but the visual of time passing is very cool. Some of the cooler visuals in this show, at least up until this point. And Rex loses life points for Red Eyes, which I don't understand because the real Time Wizard doesn't do that. It only destroys your opponent's monsters if you win the toss, and if you lose it, then you will lose half of the combined life points of your monsters. But I don't know. I guess the effect is different in the show, and Joey wins what will ultimately become his most iconic monster in Red Eye's Black Dragon, which is pretty awesome, and this is the first time in the show that we see characters wagering cards on duels. Despite some iffy rulings, this was an incredibly entertaining duel. Very back and forth, and it's important for Joey's development because he was able to do it without any help this time. And this time, Tristan shoves Joey instead of the other way around, but again, we don't see it. The gang goes off to set up camp. We see some creepy eyes in the bushes, and Joey tells a ghost story about pizza, which is hilarious. Speaking of pizza, that sounds really damn good right now.
It was over 20 pepperoni pizzas with double cheese and meatballs.
Mai arrives, and of course, she is prepared with food. Again, I don't understand why our group of characters didn't bring any food, but she's got enough for everyone, makes them work for it. Joey is so hungry that he accidentally calls Star Chips potato chips. I mean, been there, my man. Another classic 4Kids censoring moment is Taya showering with her clothes on. I mean, obviously, why would they just not show it at all? That would make things way easier. I'm going to mention Mai's character arc in this season multiple times because it's honestly one of my favorite parts of the season. She is starting to like our group, but she's also very weary of becoming friends with them. And I understand. I completely get that. They can come off as a little bit annoying at first, and as someone who has trust issues myself, I just kind of have a general fear of making friends. I mean, the reasons are quite a bit different than hers, but the idea remains the same. I can totally relate to her hesitation. Taya is finally vindicated as she has been seeing Bakura all this time, and he finally shows himself, comes out of the bushes in a very creepy way. Of course, every character chooses which monster they would want to be before they do a quote-unquote friendly duel with Bakura. And I just need to point out that Flame Swordsman is a fusion monster, and it's even shown as a fusion monster in the show. It's purple, but it's used as a normal monster, and it's going to continue to be used as such throughout the show. So that's the last time I'm going to point that out. It is quite interesting that of all of the characters, Taya and Bakura pick by far and away the best cards. I mean, Dark Magician and Flame Swordsman are normal monsters. They're just vanillas. And Cyber Commander, which I think was Tristan's, is horrible. But Taya picks Magician of Faith, which has a flip effect that gets a spell card back. And this duel, I believe, is our introduction to flip effect monsters, and Bakura picks Change of Heart, which is one of the most powerful spell cards of all time. It takes control of an opponent's monster for 1 turn without having to pay any price. It can be face up, face down, or whatever. Both of these cards saw extensive play in early Yu-Gi-Oh! And this duel introduces us to several very powerful cards. Of course, we as the audience know this is not going to be a fun, friendly duel. And of course, we know that Bakura is actually evil, or rather that he has an evil spirit inside of him from the Millennium Ring. He's also crazy powerful. He's able to take them straight to the Shadow Realm and extract their souls into the deck. And honestly, the duel wasn't even going to happen, but Yami says, not so fast.
You want my Millennium Puzzle? Then you're going to have to duel me for it.
And just stops Bakura from taking everyone's souls. The duel is on. Badass good guy moment. As the duel gets started, we realize just how sinister this evil Bakura really is. And honestly, this is really just a small tease of the character for what's to come, and we get a lot of them throughout the show until he eventually becomes the final main villain. Another player going after the Millennium items. So now we have Pegasus going after the Millennium items, and now we have Bakura going after the Millennium items. And Tristan is literally Cyber Commander, which was Bakura's doing. He transferred the souls of all of our characters, of course, except for Yami, into their favorite cards. Luckily, Yami and Yugi existed in the same body, so that once Yugi's soul was transferred, Yami was still in the body and able to duel. White Magical Hat is a very solid card. Like I said, there are some pretty good cards we get introduced to in this duel. It is a hand rip card, which means that when you deal damage to your opponent, they have to randomly discard a card from their hand. Tristan wandering around the graveyard is quite eerie, and he sees his name on a tombstone. Yikes. Is this the first time we've actually acknowledged death in Yu-Gi-Oh? And is this the first time we've ever seen a monster played face down? I believe it is. We've never seen monsters summoned, or rather set in face down defense mode before. They were always just summoned in face up defense mode, which I always thought was stupid. Why not hide your card from your opponent? And we get a Morphine Jar, which is an incredibly powerful card that discards both players' entire hands and makes them draw 5 new ones. Man, Bakura really has the best deck in the show so far by a long shot. And Yugi, because he is Dark Magician and was just summoned, thinks that he has to be the one to attack, which is weird because, as far as I know, that's not a rule at all in Duelist Kingdom. Just Desserts is also a disgusting card, especially with 2,000 life points. I mean, 8,000 life points in real life, it's not that big of a deal. But with 2,000 life points, why doesn't everyone just play Burn? I mean, it would be so easy to burn your opponent down to 0. A lot of times in 1 turn, if you specifically build your deck around that. But honestly, if Bakura would have just waited for Yugi to play 1 more monster, he would have won. And we would have seen our first 1-turn kill, or OTK as the kids call it, in this show. But of course, they couldn't have the villain winning this duel because then the show would quite literally be over. Like I said before, I believe this duel is the introduction to flip effect monsters because they never set face down before. That would only make sense. Electric Lizard, quote-unquote, stuns Yugi or Dark Magician, but they don't actually explain what it does game-wise. In real life, it prevents him from attacking for 1 turn. And we also get another great flip effect monster, Man-Eater Bug, which once flipped, destroys 1 monster on the field. By the way, why would he tell them that that's what it is? Very strange. Although, Bakura is supposed to pick which monster gets destroyed, not necessarily the one that attacks it, so not sure I understand that one. Also, the Man-Eater Bug is ginormous. I mean, I never thought it would be that big. When you just look at the real card, you figure it's the size of like a normal bug, but it is huge. And Horn of Heaven, by the way, doesn't work that way. It's supposed to be on the summon of an opponent's monster, but oh well. Joey is now in the graveyard and being chased by the Grim Reaper, or rather, the Reaper of the cards, which I think is a little bit of foreshadowing for the next duel. Also, does Yami, the so-called best duelist in the world, not know what Magician of Faith does? Flip her up, dude. Instead, Taya crying activates the effect? What? All right. Reborn the monster. I mean, the real one's called Monster Reborn, and I think every other time they call it Monster Reborn, but I gotta be honest, Reborn the monster is kind of badass. I kind of like it. And Yami totally should have lost this duel. He was going to lose. This is the second straight Yami duel where he gets completely bailed out. The Bakura switch totally saves his ass. And of course, we're going to see evil Bakura again. There's no way this will be the last of him. And they all wake up and think that it's a dream, which is probably for the better. And we get another good cliffhanger with hearing a scream that we're obviously meant to believe is Mai. Which brings me to light at the end of the tunnel and winning through intimidation, which is the Yami Yugi versus Panic duel. And man, this one is quite something. Mai loses all of her star chips to Panic, who is an eliminator, basically someone who Pegasus hires to go out and eliminate duelists from the tournament, and he makes a ton of money by doing that. I mean, the guy said he could have retired a long time ago, but does it for the love of the game, basically. By the way, a lot of people would probably think, why would Mai bet all 8 of her star chips? And I used to think that as a kid too, but clearly Panic just kidnapped her and strong-armed her into it. He forced her into this duel, betting all of her star chips. He's bigger, stronger. She has no choice. Yami is a badass good guy. I'm probably going to say that multiple times throughout this video. And again, love a good guy standing up to a bully moment. And I'm also operating under the assumption that Panic must count as a representative for Pegasus, just like Ghost Kaiba did. So if he beats Yugi, Pegasus will be able to take over Kaiba Corp. I don't understand how being an eliminator is such a lucrative business, but apparently it is. Again, like I said before, Panic doesn't care about the money anymore, only the thrill of defeating his opponents. This is going to be a fairly niche reference because I don't think nearly enough people played and talked about this video game, which is Star Wars Bounty Hunter, but Panic loving the thrill and not caring about the money reminds me very much of Montross from that video game, voiced by the great Clancy Brown, by the way. Again, I'm hoping somebody understands that reference.
I'm on the hunt. I'm on the hunt.
But Panic straight up surrounds Yugi with flames to intimidate him, and it's so crazy that that's allowed. I gotta be honest, a vast majority of this duel is not even spent on the actual duel. Most of it is just the intimidation tactics by Panic, and he, if we're being honest, totally sucks as a duelist and relies entirely on those intimidation tactics. And just like the Mako duel, once again, Yugi is unable to see monsters, which is so overpowered. The guy just can't catch a break with these gimmick duelists, but of course, he catches all of the breaks in order to get out of it, so I guess it kind of evens out. And he attacks the darkness with Winged Dragon, Guardian of the Fortress. What the heck does that even mean? The darkness isn't a card, so very odd. There are many strange things in this duel, and of course that's the first one. It's also a reused animation. By the way, it's the same one they used in episode 1, but that's not really that big of a deal. They do that quite a bit. And you can see the monsters briefly, and then they disappear. So what in the world was that? Made absolutely no sense. Although I have to say, Yami predicting exactly when he'll win the duel and the bait with Swords of Revealing Light was absolutely brilliant. Mai continues to think that Yami is going to break just like Panic broke her, but Yami is a different breed. He is unbreakable. If it was regular Yugi or someone else, she'd probably be right. But this stuff will not work on Yami. So what's weird about this version of Reaper of the Cards is that it destroys spells, apparently, although the real one destroys traps and is a flip effect, so it's quite a bit different. But the warning on Panic's screen was pretty cool. It was fantastic bait by Yugi to where it was actually Spellbinding Circle, and now he was free to play the Swords of Revealing Light. And we hear the Summon the Dragon theme as he does so. Bad-ass. In fact, as opposed to getting weaker like Mai thought he would, Yami appears to be getting stronger and more confident, and Panic seems to be the one that is breaking or panicking, if you will. But this Spellbinding Circle automatically redirects an attack to an opponent's monster? Okay, we didn't see that effect before, and obviously that's not part of the real-life card. I said Swords is pretty useless in this format with no direct attacking. However, in this specific duel, it is quite useful because it allows Yugi to see. Also, do people always play the card that they draw in this series? It doesn't seem like they ever play cards that were already in their hand. Mai, of course, continues to have no faith in Yami, and Panic keeps wanting him to forfeit, showing that he has really no faith in his actual dueling abilities. Mai seems to finally come around and understand what Yami is up to, and the other card was Polymerization. Nice. Gaia the Dragon Champion is a pretty dope monster, not gonna lie. Didn't really see any use in real life, but it is a very cool monster in the show. Wait a minute. Why does Little Guardian go in front of all of Panic's other monsters? That's not how it works at all. You can't do that. But Catapult Turtle increasing its attack and launching at the castle, and the swords were holding the castle up, and then the castle goes down and crushes all of Panic's monsters and taking the rest of his life points? What the heck was that? That is one of the dumbest rulings I have ever seen. It is right up there with attacking the moon. Super infamous. None of that makes even a lick of sense. And Yami, by the way, I just want to point out, giving up his life points for this, which is nice because they're a resource. It was worth giving them up to do this, but the rest of the play was just so nonsensical. Also, does the field just like magically sense when Yugi's turn is over? Does it hear him saying he ends his turn? It's not like he pressed a button or anything. It's as soon as he said that, the swords went away and Panic lost. And then Panic straight up tries to kill Yugi with the fire. Talk about being a sore loser. Good thing Yugi has the puzzle and he's able to stop it, because if it were anyone else, he would have literally died. And then he mind crushes Panic, which is totally deserving. The guy is a total piece of garbage. Despite the insane rulings, this duel does serve to show how unshakable Yami is in the face of bullies and the lengths he will go to protect his friends. I did think it was really funny when Joey threatened to take all of my star chips, and then all of a sudden she wants them because Joey wants them, and she refused to take them earlier, but then he ends up giving them to her, which is honestly a really nice character moment between the two. And I really enjoy Mai and Joey's relationship, and it gets explored further as the show goes along. But that's kind of just like little kids, you know? They want just what their sibling has, even though they didn't want it before. Next is the Scars of Defeat, which is, oh man, one of the strangest and dumbest duels of this entire show. Once again, I love how shady the Big Five are, both literally and figuratively. Kaiba arrives at Duelist Kingdom, and it's weird seeing him still so unsure of himself. The defeat to Yugi really shook him, but he's got more important things to worry about now. He's on a mission. He wants to rescue Mokuba, once again reiterating the motivation and the stakes of the characters. We also learn that the Millennium Ring can detect other Millennium items, which is a great ability, especially since we know that evil Bakura is searching for all of them, and we know damn well that he's going to be back. We haven't seen the last of him by a long shot. It's also quite interesting that Yugi still doesn't really know who or what Yami is. He just says, I can feel a strong, courageous presence within me. Kaiba's arrival on Duelist Kingdom wakes everyone up. Hey, some of us are trying to get some shut-eye here. I will never get sick of doing the Joey impression, and I will never not laugh at that accent. Kaiba is definitely more chill now compared to the last time the gang saw him, but he still doesn't want to team up with them. Bakura says, check his pulse, Yugi, after Kaiba very lightly shoves Joey. And by the way, Joey started it. Just one of my favorite lines in the entire show. Like, do you really think he's dead or something? Come on, man. Okay, I understand that Joey is not ready for this matchup, and they wanted to highlight that in this episode, but they didn't have to make him play this bad. I mean, come on. And these early versions of the dual discs are quite weird. It's almost more like Pokemon, like they put one monster on there and throw it out there, and then they get to bring it back. Very strange. I'm glad they fixed that in the second season, because that doesn't really look like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Field at all. And everyone is so impressed by the dual disc holograms simulating odor. That is next level stuff. Joey, my man, look at Battle Ox's attack points. What the heck are you doing? Did the dual disc just spit out the card? That can't be good for it. But then again, I mean, people throw their cards around all the time on the show, and somehow they're always fine. Flame Swordsman, there we go. Although apparently Battle Ox is resistant to fire? What? Bruh. Kaiba then summons Rabid Horseman, and Joey keeps attacking with weaker monsters. What the hell is he doing? Did he just completely forget how to duel? Read the attack points, dude. Unbelievable. After all of this, he's down to 500 life points. And then he summons Red Eyes, which is pretty cool to see him do that for the first time, and he's able to take just a tiny bit of Kaiba's life points before getting immediately stomped by Blue Eyes while Summon the Dragon plays, which is so badass.
The legendary Blue Eyes White Dragon!
Yeah, Joey got absolutely draxed in this one. Obviously, he's not as good as Kaiba yet, which is what they were trying to show us with this duel. But he dueled like he had never picked up a card before. Just completely lost his mind and forgot how to duel, and apparently forgot everything he learned in the past few duels. Kaiba taunts Joey, which is something he'll do throughout this entire show. Again, I said the first episode established their rivalry. Kaiba respects the heart of the cards, which is a step forward, but still doesn't believe in it and doesn't want to use it. Honestly, fair enough. Compared to how he was in the first episode, we'll take it. He has to stick to his guns. He has to continue to be ruthless so that he can defeat Pegasus, which is fair. But yeah, let's be honest, he went overboard with Joey. He didn't have to be that much of a dick. Although he does tell the story about the Bandit Keith versus Pegasus and then the little kid who's a proxy for Pegasus duel. Man, I love that Bandit Keith theme so much. And I do not understand the logistics of how that monster was able to defeat Bandit Keith. They did not explain that at all. He's just kind of like, I think I just took all of your life points. We get no explanation whatsoever as to how that works, and that has always bugged the hell out of me. But it's still cool seeing a dumbass cheater like Bandit Keith losing, and we'll certainly see him more throughout this season. Kaiba and Yugi wish each other luck, which is a nice moment. Obviously, they have some disagreements and different tactics, but at this point, they clearly have a common enemy. Lucky for Joey, he gets a chance for redemption immediately in Arena of Lost Souls. He is having nightmares about his loss to Kaiba, and honestly, I can't blame him, given how bad he played in that duel and how badly he got beat, although I definitely do feel bad for him, because these are some pretty scary dreams with Blue Eyes chasing you and stuff. Mai left Yugi a note saying that she owes him 8 star chips, although it's very easy to notice that there were way more words on that piece of paper than that, but very minor thing, doesn't really bother me at all. I love the shaking trees and stuff. Good old-fashioned anime to where kind of all the surroundings and everything are just randomly moving. It doesn't really make much sense, but it's a fun little detail. Not gonna lie here, Bandit Keith's cronies feel very much like Scooby-Doo characters, and this whole 2-episode arc has a very Scooby-Doo feel to it overall. Keith is still very salty about the Pegasus thing, which is totally understandable. He got absolutely humiliated. He's also a perfect stereotype of an American. Arrogant, obnoxious, slimy cheater. Quite accurate, honestly, as an American myself. I also love that he carries all of those cards in his jacket. He's got quite the collection there. And more fun jabs in this episode. All of the roasts about Bones' face and him being scarier than the cave and everything else surrounding them. Really, really good. Joey really wants to redeem himself and prove himself after the Kaiba duel. By the way, what Bandit Keith is doing with Bones in this duel is far worse than anything Yugi ever did with Joey that Mai complained about. I mean, this is textbook backseat dueling. He's literally looking at his hand and telling him exactly what to do, basically just using Bones as a proxy. No duelist has ever defeated Bandit Keith without cheating, he says. That is super ironic, by the way, given the fact that he himself is a massive cheater. Joey gets cocky early, thinks he has it in the bag, destroys a few of Bones' monsters, and it looks like he's going to run away with this one, but it was all setting up for the big move, which was Call of the Haunted. Bones calls Call of the Haunted a magic card and plays it straight from his hand when it's clearly a trap, even in the show, and it's also a trap in real life. Also, wait, Call of the Haunted in the show revives all of his monsters, and they can't be destroyed, and they get stronger? That is super OP. The real card, which is already pretty good in and of itself, only revives one monster. This version is absolutely insane, and things are not looking so good for Joey. But for whatever reason, he keeps on attacking the zombies, even knowing that they'll come back stronger. What are you thinking, man? Meanwhile, the rest of the gang are trying to find Joey and are being so dramatic about the skeletons. They are running away from this giant fake boulder, which is so goofy and awesome, and I always laugh when it pops. This whole sequence feels very Scooby-Doo mixed with Indiana Jones. Pegasus is definitely having a ton of fun messing with them. Back to the duel, Joey loses the Time Wizard spin for the first time, and I believe the only time in the entire show, which is insane. I mean, that's what happens when you rely on luck, so he looks like he's totally screwed in this one. Also, did Joey not know that he would lose life points if Time Wizard fails? Come on, man, you gotta read the damn card. Hum King, the king of ghosts. Yeah, there's no way anyone can convince me that this episode is not very Scooby-Doo coded. I mean, it looks like the giant pumpkins in Witch's Ghost. Joey played Kojikosi. That is so cool. The first and only time in the show, I believe, although he didn't even say its name. For whatever reason, I was really obsessed with that card as a kid. There is no good reason for it. It was just a vanilla monster with 1,500 attack points, and I always pronounced it wrong. I always called it Kijikoki, but just one of those cards for whatever reasons that I always liked as a kid. Joey says he can barely defend himself. You don't have to, man. Even if they have the hidden rule, you only have to summon one monster per turn, so you can just keep stalling forever, essentially. The gang arrives at the duel, and did that dude just throw a marble at Tristan? People are always throwing such funny and random stuff at each other in this show, and they now realize who Bandit Keith is. Of course, they had just heard about him in the previous episode, right after Joey's duel with Kaiba. Bones draws Stop Defense, of course, right after Bandit Keith says there's one card that will win it for him, because that's how this always works. Someone says something about a specific card, and then they end up drawing it. And again, it looks like it's permanent. So at least they used the real name this time, but they're still using the wrong effect and making it super OP in the show. Although it doesn't switch Tiger Axe for some reason. I don't really understand that. Maybe it's only monsters that get summoned from now on. We get a brief moment of hope when Joey summons Red Eyes, which is always badass, destroys Pumpkin, but then gets immediately destroyed. And they say, since Pumpkin was already a ghost from the start, Bones can't use Call the Haunted to bring him back. All right, another very weird ruling, I guess. Yugi realizes there is a card that can win Joey the duel, and of course, Joey immediately draws it right after that. Man, the timing of these things is absolutely hilarious and so on the nose. Then they say, zombie monsters have no will of their own. They can't defend themselves. Huh? Does that mean all zombie monsters, even the ones that were originally zombies, or just the ones that were revived by Call? Also, because they have 0 attack, that means they can't revive? Very strange. I mean, Joey would have won either way just by taking all of Bones' life points, but very weird rulings and explanations in this duel, and Call the Haunted is still insanely overpowered regardless. Joey taunts Bandikeith about not dueling for himself, which is good foreshadowing. Those two will meet in the future, and he traps them all in the cave, classic American move, and steals all the star chips from his cronies, another classic American move. Now we move to Double Trouble Duel, which is the first tag team duel in the show, and I just gotta say that the journey through the tunnel is really fun. One of my favorite parts of this season is the fact that it's not just about the dueling, it's an adventure through the island of Duelist Kingdom itself. I can't help but feel really bad for Mokuba, and the flashbacks show that Kaiba isn't all that bad, or at least he didn't used to be. I just gotta say, Yugi and Joey's opponents in this 3-episode arc are incredibly annoying. I can't stand characters who constantly rhyme all the time. Also, one of them has the same voice as Arcana, somehow just realized that now.
Must be joking!
That swordsman started nothing before he left choking.
Yugi questions why Para and Dox would play Labyrinth Wall. He says, why would he play a card that doesn't even have attack points? Dude, it's got 3,000 defense. That is a lot. Also, I hate this maze stuff in the duel. That's not Yu-Gi-Oh! Again, I really do not like when they try to add these little extra elements or quirks to the duels. They almost always make them worse, not better. What do you mean one door leads to despair? That's not fair. Okay, I lied when I said I don't like rhyming. I do enjoy it when Joey does it on accident. He thinks he has the riddle figured out, but Yugi is right that Joey's rule doesn't apply here because there are 2 people. Joey's surprisingly smart though, but Yami is even smarter. Fusing Shadow Ghoul with a Labyrinth Wall so it can move around wherever it wants is super overpowered. Man, it seems like the deck is always stacked against our guys with these crazy rules. Joey adapts well though. Keeping Axe Raider out of the maze entirely is a very clever move. Wait a minute, did Dox just play Jiraigumo face down in the spell and trap zone, and he calls it a trap? He says he's setting a trap? Bruh, come on, Jiraigumo is clearly a monster, and he summons Labyrinth Tank on the same turn, so clearly they're saying that Jiraigumo is not a monster, despite the fact that he's shown as a monster. The gang gets all worried when Yugi moves Celtic Guardian into the maze. Come on, guys. We clearly knew that he had a plan. He knew that Joey had a trap. Although technically, Kunai with Chain should switch Wall Shadow to defense mode, meaning Para wouldn't lose any life points, but semantics. Kaiba is on a mission, and I love it. I love when characters are motivated. By the way, they straight up acknowledge that Kaiba and Mokuba's parents died, and that's something that they don't do very often in this show, is actually talk about death and specific people that actually died. And Kaiba is not only great at card games, he's also very physically capable. He absolutely destroys Chemo. Joey plays Flame Swordsman as a normal monster again. I guess I'm just going to have to get over that. Also, I don't think he can just switch the Kunai with Chain from one monster to another. And what the hell is an accessory card? I've never seen an enemy draw a card and not play it, like, immediately. It seems like they never play a card that was already in their hand. Also, I love the fact that the score sounds similar to Ninja Turtles 03. I already mentioned that a lot of the voice actors come over from this to that, but the music is quite similar too, and I think that's pretty cool. X-Raider steps on the trap card Jirai Gumo. Mystic Box is a very interesting and weird card because I've always wondered what the actual effect is in the show and why Yugi continues to use that, because basically what it does is just destroy one opponent's monster. So why not just use like Fissure or Smashing Ground? Why go through all of the hoopla? Not as sexy, I guess. Although I will say specifically with this maze duel, Mystic Box does actually help quite a bit because he's able to switch the monsters' places in the maze. Man, the villain themes are so good, and Pegasus isn't even close to the best. Para and Dox play one of the pieces of Gate Guardian like a mystery box instead of summoning them as monsters. Alrighty then, and of course they draw the second one on the next turn, once again building up to the boss monster. One of my absolute favorite goofs or mistakes, not only in this show, but ever, is when Dungeon Worm destroys Celtic Guardian, and Joey clearly shouts, "No, my Celtic Guardian!"
No! My Celtic Guardian!
Bro, that's not your monster. It's Yugi's. I have no idea how the hell that got through, but it never fails to make me laugh every single time. Let's be honest here, Para and Dox's decks are specifically built for team duels. Otherwise, a card like Monster Tamer would make absolutely no sense. Salamandra is actually a pretty solid equip card, one of the better ones we've seen so far in this show, although it is still attribute specific. But again, we do this stupid Worm's weakness to fire thing. I can't wait till they stop doing that. The brothers do summon Gate Guardian, which is super cool and badass, but impossible to summon in real life, and therefore terrible. But again, I love in the show that the summoning of a big monster is such a big deal and that it is so hard to overcome as opposed to just being able to destroy immediately on the next turn. Chemo says to Kaiba, "You only got the jump on me because you snuck up on me and took me by surprise." Bro, you were right in front of him and you attacked him first. He absolutely wrecked you, and he would do it again. As we move to part 3, Yugi and Joey are faced with a Gate Guardian attack, and Kaiba arrives at Pegasus's castle to rescue his brother. Man, I just want to talk about Gate Guardian a little bit more. I wish there was ever a period of time where Gate Guardian was viable in real life, because it is such a cool monster. And this version in the show is way better than the real one. The water one stops Mirror Force, but sends it at Monster Tamer instead. Alrighty then, not quite sure I understand that one. Yami Yugi is really good at coming up with a game plan on the fly. Says they're going to take out Gate Guardian section by section. Love that. Also, not going to lie, even though I can't stand the constant rhyming, I do quite enjoy these guys' Kung Fu celebration dance.
Annihilate! Against the Trinity!
Summoned Skull is still one of my favorite monsters of Yugi's, and it will never not be badass every single time that it's summoned, and it has that really cool glow around him, although there are so many issues here. Summoned Skull can attack using the water on the field as a conductor? What? Also, they said Dark Magician was safe in the magical hats, but they still activated the Spellbinding Circle? How the hell does that work? How are some of the hats washed up, but not all of them? Let's call a spade here. Remove Trap is an abysmal card. It's way too specific, only destroys face-up active trap cards. You'd be so much better off using MST or Dust Tornado or something. Like Yugi summoning Summoned Skull, Joey summoning Red Eyes is always badass. And then they combine them. Black Skull Dragon has to be one of the coolest cards, not only in the show, but ever created, period. Although flying creatures can't move in the maze. Come on, man. What the heck is this? And the show's version of Ryoku is insane. Half of your opponent's life points added to one of your monster's attack. If that was a real card, everyone would play it. The real one is way worse. All it does is half one monster's attack and add it to another. Although, apparently there is a drawback in which they can't attack on that turn, so at least there's that. They do say reborn the monster again, which is so badass. I don't think they say that very often. Normally they use the real name, Monster Reborn, but every time they use that specific phrase, it's so cool. Also, wait a minute, whose turn is it? Why are they just attacking before Yugi's turn is over and he announces what monster he revived? What the heck? They do this a lot early on in the show, although reviving Suijin was a badass move. Joey, how are you in a tournament like this and you still don't know your deck? It seems like he had never seen Copycat before. Come on, dude, you have to know your cards. Also, the real Copycat is way worse. It can only copy monsters and only stats, not effects. In this, it can copy literally any card that's on the field. And now, Yugi and Joey get to use Ryoku. Holy cow, 2 pieces of Gate Guardian beats 1. Monster Replace is another very oddly specific card that really only makes sense in this Labyrinth duel. What would it even do in a regular duel? The real card is Shift and has a very different effect. Just changes an attack or effect target from one of your monsters to another. Again, it works really well in this specific duel, but why is that in his deck in general? They win, of course, but we have to do the stupid riddle. The duel itself, aside from the stupid Labyrinth gimmick and everything that came with that, was pretty entertaining. It built up to Para and Dox's huge monster, but still went back and forth many times, and also demonstrated how well Yugi and Joey work together as a team. I gotta be honest, as a kid, I never really understood what exactly Yugi did to outsmart the Paradox Brothers there. I kind of do now, and we get the classic going to rescue someone, but the bad guy is already there waiting and clapping. It is a massive trope, but I enjoy it every single time, and I love that Kaiba is standing up for his brother, threatening Pegasus. Once again, love a good threatening a villain moment. I also got to point out that it's so crazy that Kaiba literally sees Pegasus take Mokuba's soul right in front of him, and he denies it constantly throughout the rest of the show. Pegasus just oozes this calm confidence and intimidation factor. He's always in control of everything. We hear about the proposal. Kaiba has to beat Yugi to have a chance at dueling Pegasus to save his brother, and thus begins my favorite section of Season 1. Starting with Face Off, the rematch between Yugi and Kaiba. I have always loved this duel, not so much for the actual gameplay, but for the vibe and the character work. And seeing Yugi lose for the first time was shocking and mind-blowing, and the reason why he loses makes it even more devastating. Pegasus says he is quite human, actually, just extraordinarily gifted, and not gonna lie, that's a pretty badass villain line. I do like how Kaiba kind of eventually does end up getting involved in the Duelist Kingdom tourney, not in the traditional way, but Pegasus does give him star chips, and he has to duel Yugi to get into the castle, so he is sort of a participant in a way. He tells Pegasus he'll take great pleasure in separating his soul from his body in his own way, which is a badass anti-hero line. They set up the conclusion of this duel really well with all of Teia's, well, maybe there are two Yugis pontification. I love the flashbacks highlighting Yugi and Joey's kindness with Teia and becoming Yami Yugi to save Teia with the Mind Crush was super badass, accompanied by the Millennium Battle theme. I get chills every time I watch that scene. What else could he have possibly drawn besides Dark Magician? I mean, come on, heart of the cards.
And I drew the Dark Magician, so I win.
Taya and Yugi discuss the other Yugi a little bit, which is by far and away the biggest acknowledgement of Yami so far. Another badass line. The winds of change are blowing, and then literal wind blows. So cool. Kaiba still wonders how Yugi beat him. Bro, he summoned Exodia. It is quite simple. Also, not that hard to do without direct attacking in this format. You can literally wait forever. I do have to say, I am loving the character development of Kaiba in this season, fighting for his brother and with passion. You can literally see the fire in his eyes. He doesn't think the heart of the cards is that crazy anymore. He has come a long way. I also love how the gang is like, Yugi seems kind of different when he turns into Yami Yugi, but they don't realize he got like a foot taller. I mean, Yugi is super short, and Yami Yugi is more like regular height compared to everyone else. I still really do not like this version of the Duel Disk, and that is a big reason why I'm not a big fan of the gameplay in this duel, despite the fact that I love everything else about it. Kaiba says he expected the Curse of Dragon attack, and if that's the case, why not just play your monster in defense mode so you don't lose life points? Also, in real life, Sword Stalker has no effect, but that's a very, very minor thing. Wait, now Shift, or Monster Replace as they call it in the show, lets you switch a monster from your field from one in your hand, and it's a quick play? That's pretty good, not gonna lie. It's pretty similar to Magical Dimension, I guess, but it doesn't have to be spellcasters. These rules change all the time. Yugi should have known that La Jin was bait. I mean, come on, Kaiba put him in attack mode. Putting a monster in attack mode and a face-down card when you have a stronger monster couldn't be a more obvious trap. And do they not even have to set with these duel discs? It seems like every card in their hand is just automatically placed on the disc, and then they can call their monsters back to their hand. It's very weird. I do not like the mechanics of this original duel disc at all. Also, Ancient Lamp is a monster in real life, although the effect is very similar. Yugi and Kaiba are tied after part 1 of 3 of this duel, and I love that. Kaiba has a lot of inner monologue, though, and he keeps teasing what's coming, and the episode ends with him revealing what it is. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Bakura reminds us that Yugi beat Kaiba before, which is true, but he doesn't have the Deus Ex Machina that is Exodia anymore. So what's Yugi going to do this time to be able to beat Kaiba? Yugi notices how intense Kaiba is. He has something to fight for. He is extremely driven right now. Kaiba mentions the Exodia thing and says that Yugi doesn't have it anymore, so how is he going to be able to beat him this time? By the way, does Dispel have to be paired with a monster, or specifically La Jin? Also, just like Remove Trap, Dispel is a horrible card, and it destroys the Swords of Revealing Light in Yugi's hand? Again, I really don't understand how these duel discs work. And you have to re-summon monsters? Okay, sure, so weird. This feels a lot more like Pokemon, if we're being honest. Once again, they say Yugi has beaten 3 Blue Eyes before, and he'll do it again. And once again, I will say, yeah, with Exodia, which he doesn't have anymore. Yugi wonders why Kaiba hasn't played all of his Blue Eyes yet. I still don't understand what exactly Mystic Box does in the show. Does it have to be paired with Dark Magician? And essentially all it does is destroy an opponent's monster. They really don't explain that. And then Yugi calls Dark Magician back? This ain't Yu-Gi-Oh, man. Yugi, how did you fall for the obvious Sagi trap? And he falls into the Crush card, which absolutely devastates his deck. So I'm a little bit confused about how exactly Crush card works in the show, because in real life, you just have to tribute a dark monster with 1,000 or less attack. But it seems like in the show, your monster actually has to be destroyed. So that seems a lot more difficult, and I feel like Kaiba should have lost some life points then too. So it's a little bit unclear with that. Although I do have to say, Kaiba had a fantastic strategy for this duel. He was wholly prepared. Devastate Yugi's deck, then come out with Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon for the kill. Bakura and Tristan say Yugi can only play spells and weak monsters and traps, guys. Come on, do you not know what traps are? Yugi can still draw the monsters he can't use, so they're like infected. He just can't play them, as opposed to them just going straight to the grave in real life. Honestly, that's even worse because it's a totally useless card in your hand, just a dead draw. Kaiba has so many inner monologues about what he's going to do in this duel. We get it, man. Just do it. Equip spells are a smart way to get around the crush card, although is adding 300 life points really worth a card? It's strange that Kaiba would waste a card on that. Although, in a world where both players only get 2,000 life points, maybe that makes a bit more sense. But there we go. We finally see the Blue Eyes, and it takes almost all of Yugi's remaining life points. If he had waited for Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, he would have just taken all of Yugi's life points at once. And Yugi says, "With Giant Soldier of Stone guarding me, I'll do it again." I don't know what kind of math you're doing, man, but he is clearly weaker than Blue Eyes. There's the Ultimate Dragon.
I create the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon!
What an absolute beast. And Yugi, going into part 3, teases a plan to defeat it. Speaking of Face Off Part 3, this one is absolutely wild. The character stuff is great, but the gameplay is horrendous. Yugi is on the ropes against Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, and he finds the most ridiculous way to get out of it. Joey says Blue Eyes Ultimate can wipe out the rest of Yugi's life points in one breath, although it can't because it can't direct attack. Once again, of course, Yugi draws exactly what he needs. Endless Karibos. This is the beginning of the absurdity of this episode and this part of the duel. You only get 5 monster spots. How is he able to have an unlimited number of Karibos? And how could Kaiba possibly get out of this? That is super overpowered and doesn't make a lick of sense. Also, Yugi doesn't lose life points until they're all destroyed, even though they're in attack mode. This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. And then we get to the Mammoth Graveyard combo, which is even dumber. Fusing your monster with an opponent's to weaken its attack every turn because your monster is a zombie and it can't fuse with a non-zombie? Bruh, what the heck are we doing here? Everyone is all happy thinking Yuki's got it in the bag, but there is too much episode left. Kaiba continues trying to attack, but the wall of Karibos are insanely overpowered. It's honestly really heartbreaking seeing Kaiba like this, and Mokuba in the melting Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon is honestly very creepy. Celtic Guardian destroys one of the Blue Eyes heads. That's not how fusions work. You destroy the whole thing, and Kaiba could have just played Monster Reborn on the next turn to revive Blue Eyes Ultimate and then attacked Yugi and won, or he could have just switched Blue Eyes Ultimate to defense mode to not lose any life points and then summon another monster to destroy Gate Guardian. So much wrong with this. Although, I gotta be honest, I can't blame him for playing dirty here. He's trying to save his brother. He's not being selfish. He's risking his own life to save someone that he cares about. It's dirty, it's cheap, it's underhanded. For sure, it's not fair to Yugi, but he's doing what he has to save someone he loves, and I have to respect that. They say you can't attack the turn you play Monster Reborn. Since when? That definitely has not been the case before. This is also the first time we get tension between Yugi and Yami, and the first time we hear them talking to each other, as opposed to Yugi just turning into Yami and being Yami for the entire duel. Seeing Yugi actually lose for the first time was very shocking, strange, and mind-blowing. The conclusion of the duel is definitely unsatisfying from a gameplay standpoint, but incredibly compelling from a character standpoint. It was very heartbreaking to see little Yugi shook like that.
White lightning attack!
And why is everyone so surprised when Yugi said he had another presence inside of him? Have they not noticed this before? Have they not noticed him getting a foot taller and his voice getting way deeper and becoming a much more confident person? he threatens to never duel again. I can't even imagine how people felt watching through this for the first time. Again, I watched it a couple years later, so I kind of knew this wasn't going to be the end for him, but man, this must have been devastating at the time. Kaiba calling Yugi weak is unfair, but Taya calling Kaiba heartless is also unfair. Again, he literally risked his life to save his brother. Cheap from a dueling standpoint, but doing what he had to do, and I, again, have to respect that. Yugi lost a duel, lost his star chips, fought with Yami. Very bleak ending to an episode, and at the time, people had to wait a week for the next one, although it does tease the Kaiba versus Pegasus duel, which is quite exciting. Shining Friendship is an episode that may seem like filler to some people, but I think it's quite important for the progression of multiple characters, namely Yugi, Mai, and Taya. Yugi's understandably shook from the duel and has a pretty good arc just in this one episode. He's just now realizing there's another presence. That seems odd to me. I definitely thought he already knew that. And honestly, at this point, given everything he just went through, never wanting to duel again is a totally understandable reaction. Joey takes a bit of an aggressive approach, and so does Mai. They both very much go with a tough love, and that may or may not be what Yugi needs at this point. By the way, why the hell does Mai have so many extra star chips? Why wouldn't she just stop when she gets to 10? Although it does work thematically so that she can repay Yugi from before. So maybe she did get the extra star chips just for him? I got to give massive respect to Taya for being willing to step up to duel for Yugi, even though she is obviously way in over her head. Her first play is Petite Angel. Oh God, the guys have the proper reaction to that.
What is that?
Come on, Taya.
Taya barely even knows how to duel. How the heck was she beating Joey so much? Apparently, Joey has learned a ton from dueling, but she hasn't learned much from watching. She doesn't remember what Waboku does, which is that confirming that the cards actually don't have descriptions in the show? Although characters have clearly read stuff off before, so I'm not quite sure I understand that. Like, I know that we can't see it, but I thought that they could. That's so crazy, and if that's the case, you should probably know what all your cards do before you put them into your deck. Rose Whip is an equip spell and should not be able to be activated during your opponent's turn, although they break that rule constantly in this show. It's very, very cheesy, but I do like the thematic meaning of Shining Friendship. And thank God Taya finally remembers what Waboku does, even though Mai just went ahead and attacked on Taya's turn. Again, they're very unclear with the turns in this early part of the show. Magician of Faith, finally, an actual good card. And honestly, this duel is just a battle of the equip spells, adding them to your monsters, destroying the ones that are equipped to your opponent's monsters, and that's kind of fun, honestly. Although I gotta say, attacking Magician of Faith instead of Shining Friendship was a strange call by Mai, although clearly she has no intentions whatsoever of actually winning this duel. Taya does put together a decent strategy here, adding 2 equip spells to Shining Friendship and destroying Mai's, although Mai attacks during Taya's turn again. Taya ends up winning, although Mai actually won. She could have played Harpy's Feather Duster and just decided to let Taya win because she didn't need the star chips. Although it is a very nice moment for all 3 of the characters that I mentioned earlier. Mai did the right thing for the sake of her new friends and paid them back for something they did for her earlier. Taya showed determination to help Yugi and got a huge confidence boost. And Yugi realizes just how much his friends truly care about him and will do for him and decides to continue dueling. Really nice little episode before we get into the castle. All right, guys, I think this is a good point to take a little break. We are just over halfway through the season. We are just about to get into the duels inside the castle. And I just want to remind everyone that these types of videos take an insane amount of work and an insane amount of time. I would very much love to continue with this series to do the other seasons of Yu-Gi-Oh!, especially if this video does well. But again, because of how long these videos take, I would love some support on Patreon. Just even the tiniest bit would go a long way. All I ask is if people check it out, see if any of the tiers appeal to you whatsoever. I am completely open to feedback and suggestions. I've never done anything like this before, so if anyone else has any ideas for perks that I could add, I am totally open to that. But I think that the prices are extremely fair, and I think that the perks are pretty cool. So all I ask is that you check it out and see if anything appeals to you, because again, this takes a ton of work, and even just the littlest amount of extra support would go a long way for me to continue to do these types of videos. I also want to say that I have a massive amount of respect, and I want to give so much credit to two specific YouTubers who heavily inspired me to do this series of videos, and that would be Quentin Reviews, who did stuff like iCarly and Victorious, and Jay's Reviews, who did stuff like Justice League and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which those I also plan on doing. So I was definitely heavily inspired by those two guys to do this series of videos. Back to the show. Time for the castle, starting with champion versus creator, and I really love this duel because it shows off both how determined Kaiba is to save his brother and how basically impossible it is to defeat Pegasus when he has his Millennium Eye. The gang, by the way, keeps getting lucky with their ability to tag along. Mai tries to use her charm to get Chemo to let them in. That would have worked on me, by the way. Joey and Bandit Keith go at it, planting the seeds for their upcoming matchup. The guys feel very weird rooting for Kaiba because a lot of times he's been an adversary to them, but he is clearly the lesser evil in this case and is fighting for a noble cause. Kaiba is not surprised Yugi got in there, and honestly, I think that's a compliment. Pegasus pulls a super underhanded move, trying to use the soulless Mokuba to operate the dual disc, not allowing Kaiba to have any kind of advantage because clearly Kaiba was never going to let that happen. And say what you will about him, but his cheap move in his duel against Yugi was putting himself at risk to save someone he cares about. Way different from what Pegasus is doing here, and there is no way that Kaiba could duel like this. Pegasus knows that, and he's getting into his head, parading Mokuba out there like that. The Kaiba-Mokuba flashbacks always get me. They have a real bond that we are so invested in at this point. This dueling arena, by the way, is super dangerous. They better watch their step or they can fall into a seemingly bottomless pit. Quite dramatic. Yugi tries to give Kaiba advice about the heart of the cards. He knows that Kaiba won't listen, though, or he should know that, but good on him for trying. The duel starts more than halfway into the episode, which happens a lot in this show. It's a bit frustrating, but it's not like I don't enjoy all of the character banter along the way. Kaiba is the third person to play Rude Kaiser in this show. For whatever reason, they must really love that card. Pegasus is being so dramatic in the beginning. Oh no, you what? He's clearly taunting Kaiba and toying with him and mocking him. He's clearly in control and knows that he's going to win. Also, that's not how mesmeric control works at all. All it does is prevent your opponent from changing the battle positions of their monsters on their next turn. It's not a quick play spell. This one works more like Shadow Spell, which, interestingly enough, Kaiba also has and I believe uses in this duel. This is all too familiar to Yugi from the videotape duel. He knows Pegasus's tactics. He knows that Pegasus is just toying with Kaiba, and Kaiba suspects Pegasus knows what he's going to do, but he has no idea. And because of his lack of belief in magic, despite the fact that he literally saw Pegasus take Mokuba's soul right in front of him, he wouldn't even believe us if we told him what the Millennium Eye does. Prophecy, by the way, is not a real card, but it sure is an interesting one, and Pegasus, of course, gets it right, and he pretends that he wasn't actually sure. Like, please, did I get it right? I hope I got it right. He foresees Kaiba's crush card strategy, and this is bad because he's going to be able to turn it on him. The gang is excited by the crush card play, but Yugi knows that Pegasus is onto it. Negative energy? Wait, is this the same card that Kaiba played with Sagi in the first duel? But that time it tripled, and this time it only doubles, so I gotta be honest, I'm not really sure. The duel has just started, and Kaiba is already 1,000 life points behind. I just want to point out that technically that's not true because Pegasus lost some in the beginning when his parrot was destroyed, even though for some reason they didn't actually show him losing those life points. Yugi tells the gang about the Millennium Eye, and Joey says, how can anyone win against that kind of power? And you can't really. It is total BS. It is basically impossible to beat him. And here we get the introduction to Toon World, which fits Pegasus's goofy, quirky personality very well. Of course, everyone but Yugi downplays the power of Toon World. It's actually not that great in real life, but it is very overpowered in the show. How the hell are you possibly supposed to get to his life points? So in the show, you can just play a regular monster and turn it into the Toon version of that monster, as opposed to real life, where you actually have to have the Toon card. So it's quite different. Kaiba's very offended by the Toon Blue Eyes, totally understandable, and he folds his hand, which is an interesting move, but now neither of them knows what Kaiba has. So is that better than both of you knowing? I don't know. I'm not sure. We'll see how it plays out. But Joey and Tristan wonder about hidden cameras or something. Guys, Yugi literally just told you about the Millennium Eye. That's what it is. Kaiba has to rely on one draw, and of course, it's Blue Eyes, heart of the cards. He's so mad about the Toon Blue Eyes. He hates it so much that he tries to crash his Blue Eyes into it, but of course, it doesn't work. So even when the Toons are out of the book, you still can't destroy them? What the hell? So how are you possibly supposed to defeat Toon World and Toon monsters? Yugi does say the Toon World was never released to the public, which honestly makes sense. Pegasus has to keep all of the most overpowered cards for himself. He adds Shine Palace to it, which is not what that card does in real life. It's simply an equip spell that increases the attack of a light monster by 500, although in this specific case, the application is basically the same because it increases Toon Blue Eyes attack by 500. Kaiba is saved by a negate attack that he didn't even look at, right? So how did he even know that it was a trap card? I guess he just got lucky. Heart of the cards coming through again, even though he doesn't believe in them. There is Shadow Spell, another great draw, although he does play it as a spell card out of his hand when it is clearly a trap, but oh well. I guess something like that is the only possible way to destroy a Toon monster, because you can kind of tie it up, and Pegasus going from 1400 to 1200 proves that he did lose some life points earlier in the duel, and again, for whatever reason, they failed to mention that. Dragon Capture Jar, another trap played out of the hand. Come on, guys. I wonder when they stop doing that. I honestly can't remember. I don't think they do it in Season 2, so we have that to look forward to. But that's not even what Dragon Capture Jar does in real life. It just switches all dragons on the field to defense mode. And random, but why do people say, I'll play this magic card face down? Why would you tell them whether it's a magic or trap card? Just say, I'm going to put this card face down in the magic and trap zone. So that's strange. Also, not what Dragon Piper does in real life. So they're continuing all of the incorrect rulings. It's basically an anti-Dragon Capture Jar. But when exactly does the Piper work? Because Kaiba takes his turn and attacks the Piper before Blue Eyes is released. Also, Doppelganger is a real card, but it doesn't work like this. This one is super OP, honestly, being able to copy any card your opponent played. Basically the same thing as Copycat that Joey played in the duel against the Paradox Brothers. The real one just makes your opponent take the same amount of damage you did from a monster effect, which is very specific and situational. Kaiba has his own crush card turned on him. He gets a taste of his own medicine, and that is especially brutal for him because he runs a lot of powerful monsters, and almost all of them are over 1500 attack, meaning he is basically out of monsters to lose. Pegasus calls it offense points instead of attack points, which is strange. That's like the only time they say that in this show, as far as I know. So almost Kaiba's entire deck is destroyed, so he uses the one card he has left, Monster Reborn, to bring back Sagi the Dark Clown. And this is the first deck out we've ever seen in the show. Kaiba loses because he doesn't have any more cards to draw. I believe it's the only... Oh, nope. There is one more time when that happens, which we will eventually get to. But you really feel for him trying to save his brother.
I've tried my very best.
Your best failed you.
And Pegasus takes great pleasure in depriving Kaiba of that goal. He has fun with it. He enjoys toying with his opponents and stomping their dreams. It's also pretty mind-blowing considering how one-sided this duel was. I mean, Kaiba got smoked, and it was really weird to see. It was honestly sort of similar to when Kaiba destroyed Joey a few episodes back. Obviously, the gameplay in this was way better, but it was an absolute ass-kicking. That's just how good Pegasus is with his Millennium Eye and with that insanely overpowered show version of Toon World. And Yugi's reaction to this is very heartbreaking. Another chill-inducing call-out of Pegasus. He is determined to save not only Grandpa, but the Kaiba brothers as well, and that teases the rest of the tournament. Next is The Night Before, which is another episode that may feel like filler for some people, but I think it has some pretty interesting stuff in it. I'm sorry, not sorry for all of these Scooby-Doo references. I'm a huge Scooby-Doo fan, but Joey and Tristan are very much like Scooby and Shaggy, always eating, always thinking about food. I mean, Joey even has a dream about food in this episode. So why does Keith not have any King's Hand cards? I mean, how did he even get into the tournament? Does this guy cheat with literally everything? But also you feel like, because of his reputation as a duelist, that he would have been invited to the tournament and therefore would have received the King's Hand cards, but whatever. The first round matchups are Yugi versus Mai and Joey versus Bandit Keith because, of course, what else would the matchups have possibly been? I mean, there's so much there between those two matchups. And they actually made Joey and Tristan's stomachs look fat, just like they do in Scooby-Doo sometimes. So, again, so Scooby-coded. Of course, Yugi gives Joey his King's Hand card, just like he gave him one of his star chips, just like he gave him Time Wizard. What a good friend he is. And, of course, Keith is going to steal it. I used to think Joey was incorrect in saying that both him and Yugi being in the finals doubles their chances of winning, but assuming he's saying that as opposed to if the fourth finalist was someone else, then yes, that is technically true, even if you include Pegasus. I used to think he meant if one of their spots was just vacant completely and there was only 3 finalists. Speaking of Pegasus, why is the gang still wondering about him cheating? Yugi literally told you last episode how he does it. The Millennium Eye. Tristan's line about a psychic saying he'll have a girlfriend always makes me laugh. They think they have it figured out with the hole in the wall, but again, guys, you should already know you're wasting time on this. I just gotta say that Yugi's dream about Pegasus's power is very creepy, and this is the first time we're really hearing about shadow powers and what that all actually means. We also find out that every soul Pegasus takes increases his power. So that's why he continues to take people's souls. There is a ton at stake here, and that dream establishes that. He also wants Yugi's puzzle. This episode also introduces us to Pegasus's wife. It's heavily implied that she's dead. We don't know that for sure yet. We don't know the full backstory yet, but we're starting to get a glimpse into why Pegasus is doing what he's doing, what his ultimate goal is. And I really enjoy the scene where Pegasus catches the gang, leading to another great scene in the Shadow Realm. I think that's where they were. And then evil Bakura reveals himself once again and reveals himself to probably be more powerful than Pegasus. He is very scary, but he also saves the lives of the gang in this particular case. Although I guess it's actually not the Shadow Realm yet, just a different reality. I'm a little bit confused about what that actually was. But Pegasus also wants the ring, but of course Bakura prevents that, and now he is going after the eye. Very chilling scene. He erased all of their minds. Again, a very powerful figure that we know hardly anything about at this point. Bandit Keith is able to be successful in stealing Joey's card. I think that this is a pretty cool episode that, despite not having a duel in it, serves to establish the stakes, show Pegasus's power, and give us another glimpse at evil Bakura and what he is capable of. First up in the semifinals is Yugi versus Mai, which is titled Duel Identity, and I love that because that episode title has two meanings. They are dueling, which is D-U-E-L, but also Yugi and Yami, Duel Identity, D-U-A-L. And most of this episode is about Yugi wrestling with his fear of dueling with Yami. He transforms into Yami Yugi for the duel, but he doesn't let Yami influence him for the first part of the duel, and that hurts him tremendously. They tease the Joey and Bandit Keith duel again, but Joey doesn't realize that his card is gone, and they set up that conflict. What's he going to be able to do about that? Pegasus reminds us that the winner of this tournament gets to face him with incredibly high stakes. There is a ton on the line here for both Yugi and Joey. Mai reminisces on forming their friendship and promises a friendly duel without any tricks. She truly has come a long way. Her arc in this first season is just so damn good. Yugi is still hesitant to let Yami interfere, and that costs him big time early on in the duel. He is way off his game. Honestly, I think what this proves is that Yugi by himself is not that great of a duelist. He falls right into her obvious trap twice. And dude, how did you not realize that Mirror Wall was a continuous trap? Come on, man, pay attention to the field. I guess we know which personality carries most of the dueling load. He's dueling very scared and in his own head, and Mai is onto him, but doesn't quite understand the full picture. She's still doing the tough love stuff, and she wants his best. Apparently, Yugi has never heard of continuous traps, and this is supposed to be the best duelist in the world. Mai is not even having fun here. Again, like I said, she wants to beat Yugi at his best, and she thinks that he's still shook from the Kaiba duel, which is kind of right. But it's not just about the fact that he lost to him. It's about the fact that Yami was willing to do anything to beat him, and she, again, doesn't understand all of the layers and the full picture, but she is really trying to help him in her own way. I really like Mai. She's honestly one of my favorite characters, at least until Season 4, which eventually we'll get to, but she definitely has the tough love approach down, and unlike Yugi, she doesn't fall for the trap, and she plays Harpy's Feather Duster instead. Why can't she do both, by the way? Does Duster prevent you from attacking the turn that you play it in the show? Also, does it need to be paired with Harpy Lady, kind of like Dark Magic Attack for Dark Magician? Mai just keeps souping up the Harpy, and Yugi is still refusing to take Yami's advice. We get an intro to Harpy's Pet Dragon, which in real life is not a very good card, but in the show, especially in this early format without sacrificing, is a pretty cool card. Joey almost falling off the railing was hilarious. In a lot of these shows, characters will almost die, but in a funny way. Mai interrogates Yugi about his motive to duel, which is unfair, but she is still trying to help in her own way. The guys still think she's trying to mess with him, but Taya knows what Mai is up to. She's a good person now and still has some of the tendencies that she had before, but she is trying to help him, and she does want to play him at his best. She plays an accessory card, which, what the hell is that? I think they said that a few episodes earlier. Shadow of Eyes, which is actually a trap that, again, she plays from her hand. It's another continuous trap that forces all of Yugi's monsters into attack mode, much better than its real-life counterpart. In real life, it only forces one monster into attack mode, so I guess the one on the show is more like Final Attack Orders, which forces all monsters on both sides of the field into attack mode. Wait, not only does it force them into attack mode, it also forces them to actually attack? That is super overpowered. Speaking of overpowered, she plays Harpy's Feather Duster again. Is Feather Duster not limited or semi-limited or anything? It appears like every card is just unlimited at this point, which is so wild. Although, again, it's very different than real life because a lot of these powerful cards are much harder for people to obtain. But this time, Mai does attack the turn she plays Feather Duster, which is confusing because last time she didn't, which made me think that she couldn't. She dominates the first part of this duel, and Yugi is down to 300 life points, while Mai hasn't lost any. Part 1 ends with Yami begging Yugi to let him in, and he's going to have to do so to have any chance in this duel. And even as Part 2 starts, Yugi continues to fight with Yami, but he's going to have to let him in, otherwise he's going to lose badly. Joey wonders if he got lucky when he beat Mai, which is honestly, at least in part, true, but Mai assures him that he won fair and square, and taught her a valuable lesson. Losing can be a good teacher. It's a really nice moment. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of The Last Jedi, but it does have a great line in it. The greatest teacher failure is. And the fact that Mai learned that is really cool, and that was a huge part of her arc in this season. Yami begs for Yugi to let him help and promises to never again go against Yugi's wishes, and Yugi finally lets him in because clearly he was going to lose this duel without him. He plays Brain Control, which is supposed to cost 800 life points in real life, but I guess in the show it doesn't, so it's basically just change of heart. But we get another weird rule where Harpy's pet dragon won't attack her master even under Brain Control. Not really how the game works, but they have some weird stuff like that in the show where monsters actually have some sort of loyalty. Catapult Turtle is a nice move. Sacrificing your opponent's monster when you only have them for one turn, such as Brain Control or Change of Heart, is always smart. Dealt her damage, destroyed her monster, and somehow destroyed Mirror Wall, which I don't understand, but I guess that card is super OP, and in real life you would have to pay 2,000 life points every turn to keep it up, a hefty cost, so honestly it kind of evened out. Mai doesn't attack, which was a huge mistake. I have learned from my own extensive dueling experience that when in doubt, you should always go for the win. I have regretted not doing so many times. Especially in this format with no direct attacking, I mean, what do you really have to lose? Go for the win. I love how in these early duels, they're always like, this monster has this attack points and only these monsters can beat it, because apparently at this point, no one had ever heard of monster removal, which again, I actually really enjoy that. Then we get another super infamous ruling, which is that Shadow of Eyes apparently only lures men into attack mode. What? That makes absolutely no sense, because there are a lot of monsters that are not human, or they're gender ambiguous, or they are robots or something. What about them? That's very strange, and there is no way that's a ruling that you could consistently keep up, because it's not like the monsters say male or female on them. Total Ex Machina for Yugi. And in this duel, he can't summon in defense mode, so he wouldn't be able to stall. Again, operating under the assumption that we have the hidden rule that I theorized before. In which case, Swords of Revealing Light is an absolutely insane top deck. Heart of the Cards, or rather, Yami's cheating magic, comes through once again. He says that Black Luster Soldier is the only card that can beat Harpy's Pet Dragon, so of course we know that means he's going to draw it at the last minute. Interestingly enough, I've always wondered why bring back Gaia instead of summon Skull, but there is actually a strategic reason for that. Gaia is level 7 and Karibo is level 1, and you have to combine to get to 8 levels in order to summon Black Luster Soldier because he is a level 8 monster. But why not just do Dark Magician then? I guess it doesn't really matter because if he didn't draw Black Luster Soldier, LOL, if he didn't draw him, at least he would have a stronger monster. And why wouldn't Mai summon Harpy Lady on this turn? Can you not summon under swords either? But clearly they did in previous duels, so I don't think that that's a rule. And they act like Mai being able to summon one more Harpy to power up Harpy's Pet Dragon would have won her the duel. But couldn't Yugi have just destroyed one of the Harpies to weaken the Pet Dragon or win the duel, right? And if he didn't win the duel, then just destroy the Pet Dragon on the next turn. So I think he was in pretty good shape either way. And of course, he gets exactly what he needs on the very last draw. Was there ever any doubt? It's not luck, it's power. And Pegasus himself senses it. Also, are there not ritual monster cards in the show? Do you literally just need the ritual spell and the monsters to sacrifice, and then it just kind of appears, kind of like fusions, which honestly, I kind of like that. Black Luster Soldier is an absolute beast, matches Blue Eyes White Dragon and power, destroys Harpy's Pet Dragon, and essentially ends the duel. Mai did not lose all of her life points, but doesn't have any way out of this, and I think this is the first forfeit we've ever seen in the show. Last time with Champion versus Creator, we saw the first deck out, and now we see the first forfeit. This duel was truly a tale of two halves. Mai dominated the first half. Yugi was all in his head. He was fighting with Yami the whole time, and then once he lets Yami in, they're able to easily take control of the duel. It's a nice little arc for Yugi and for Yami, and Mai teases future matchups. I love that they are friends now. Yugi clearly has a lot to learn as a duelist on his own, but he definitely does get better as the show goes along. Time for Keith's Machinations, which is Joey versus Bandit Keith, and I honestly really enjoy this duel. It is one of my favorites of Duelist Kingdom. It is very back and forth. It's satisfying story-wise, too, because Joey gets a chance for revenge after Keith trapped them in the cave. They try to convince us that Joey won't be able to duel due to Keith stealing his card, but of course, we know that he's going to find a way. I mean, let's be honest, a forfeit would make for a pretty boring episode. That's a very common movie or TV trope. I love Keith being so cocky and all nonchalant about everything, figuring that he's going to win by forfeit. Then the look on his face when Joey comes back with the card, but he can't say that it's not his because that will give away that he stole it, so he has to duel. The whole tease is mostly a waste of time, but it does give us a really nice moment between Joey and Mai. She really has come a long way and truly cares about them as friends. That was a very nice gesture by her. Sneaking it into the handkerchief was a slick move, and I really like her and Joey's dynamic or romance. I mean, they definitely hint at a romance, especially in some of the later seasons. And she says, "Dork, of course we're friends." Great line. The duel finally starts again about halfway into the episode. That happens a lot. Trash talking right off the bat, which I love. And Keith is another gimmick duelist. Of course, they're all machine monsters. And for whatever reason, they are resistant to magic attacks. Guys, Can we stop with these weird random rulings? And how do they even determine if it's a magic attack? I mean, Guilty of the Night is a warrior. He's not even a spellcaster. Keith so obviously drops his Zoa card on purpose. Come on, Joey, so gullible. Flame Swordsman is magic too? Why? Because of the fire? I don't know, man. This is so inconsistent and unclear. Also, they show him as a normal monster this time, which is strange because normally they would show him as a fusion and just summon him as a normal monster. Anyway, Keith takes control early, but Joey turns the tables with a trap Chasm of Spikes, which I think is supposed to be Trap Hole of Spikes. I mean, the effect is basically the same. Joey loves those Trap Hole cards, sets another obvious trap, and Keith falls for it again, thinking it was a bluff. Honestly, a decent strategy for Joey, reverse psychology, making it seem like such an obvious trap that Keith won't actually think it is. And then Kunai with Chain comes out, and that trade is really paying off for Joey. He takes the lead. I love the back and forth nature of this duel, and they are just getting started. Joey is getting under Keith's skin, but Keith teases something bigger because, again, of course, that's how these duels work. Keep building up to the bigger stuff. Pegasus notices the stark contrast in the motivations of these two characters. Bandit Keith's is entirely selfish. He was humiliated by Pegasus before and wants revenge. Joey's is all about the people that he cares about. It's a really interesting dichotomy. Joey taunts Keith about the fact that he would have no chance against Yugi if he beats Joey. He says selfish cheaters never win, which honestly, fortunately, in this show, that is mostly true. Unfortunately, in real life, it's not. Barrel Dragon is a badass card and way better in the show than it is in real life. Again, especially in this format where they don't sacrifice. In the show, it can attack 3 times. In real life, it can target 1 monster per turn and destroy it if 2 of 3 coin tosses are heads, plus 1 attack. So I guess it's a little better in real life in one way because it can potentially destroy monsters with the effect that Barrel Dragon couldn't destroy in battle. Still, I think on average, being able to attack 3 times is a better effect. Joey tries the Time Wizard Baby Dragon combo. He wins it again, of course, but Keith escapes it with Time Machine. Okay, so let's talk about Time Machine for a second. First off, it is a cool card and a cool move, but does Keith not lose the life points for Barrel Dragon originally being destroyed by battle? Because that did happen, right? Strange. That's not how the real card works. When your monster is destroyed in battle, you can bring it back in the same battle position, but in the show, it lets you travel back in time 1 turn, which I'm not entirely sure in the context of the game what that actually means, but it allows Barrel Dragon to come back at full strength before the rusting and destroys Thousand Dragon. I guess it kind of makes sense, again, except for the fact that he should have lost the life points for Thousand Dragon originally destroying Barrel Dragon. And Keith has seized control of the duel once again, and he destroys Koji Kosi, again, one of my favorite random cards, but it sucks that they never actually say the name of it in the show. Once again, always badass when Red Eyes gets summoned, setting an obvious trap for Barrel Dragon, which Keith should have seen coming. Wait a minute. Joey plays Copycat, a monster card, during Keith's turn as a trap? Bruh. Also, again, it's way better in the show. It can literally copy any card your opponent plays. It copies Metal Morph, turning Red Eyes into Red Eyes Black Metal Dragon, which is a super badass monster and is able to destroy Barrel Dragon. But 7 Completed is also different in real life. It's an equip card that you can equip to any machine monster. It doesn't have to be just Slot Machine, and increase its attack or defense by 700. Now here, Keith plays it as a quick play during Joey's turn, and I believe it only works for Slot Machine. Joey says, and cause my attack is lower than its defense, I lose life points. Thanks a lot, Sherlock. Just because you have them doesn't mean you'll draw them, Keith. Oh, Joey, you should know better than that. The guy is a known cheater and literally pulls the cards he needs out of his sleeves. Pegasus notices, but chooses not to do anything yet. He could have just disqualified him on the spot, but lets the duel play out instead. So I assume he still would have disqualified Bandit Keith even if he won. So Pegasus is letting Keith think that he actually has a chance, and honestly, I respect that. Blastsphere is also very different in the show than it is in real life. It's got 2,900 attack in the show. In real life, it's only 1,400, and when it gets attacked as a face-down defensive monster, it destroys the monster that attacked it on the next turn and deals damage equal to that monster's attack points. Here, it appears like you can immediately attach it to any one of your opponent's monsters and deal 2,900 damage? That is insane. Oh, actually, wait. Are they saying that Joey only would have lost 100, which is the difference in attack points between 2,900 and what Joey's monster had, which was 2,800? Okay, I guess that makes more sense. But instead, he plays Dragon Nails on Keith's turn. Again, an equipped spell played as a quick play, and that makes Red Eye stronger and destroys Blastsphere. Pillager is an insanely overpowered card, and it is not even a real one. Being able to take a card from your opponent's hand without any drawbacks is insane. But Joey grave robbed Time Machine? Oh, what a badass move. This duel was so fun. Grave Robber, of course, is better in the show. You can steal any card your opponent used without any drawbacks. In real life, you have to take a spell, and you have to pay 2,000 life points to use it. But Joey appears to use Time Machine in the exact same way that Keith did, meaning no life point loss. So I guess it evens out, and Joey wins. Keith claims the duel should be invalid because Joey used a King's Hand card that wasn't his. But Joey calls Keith out for why he knows that. And honestly, does it matter? All they said was you need to have one, and now Pegasus calls out Keith's cheating. Hypocrite, by the way. Pegasus himself is a massive cheater. Keith threatens Pegasus with, you guessed it, another threatening finger point. Give me the prize money or else.
You ain't talking your way out of this one. Now hand over that prize money or else.
And Pegasus sends him down a trap door into the water. Probably should have killed him, but whatever. I mean, we do hear the ouch from Bandit Keith, so clearly he is still alive. But in the manga, he makes Keith kill himself, which is absolutely wild. Of course, they would never have that on 4Kids. But Joey versus Bandit Keith might legitimately be my absolute favorite duel of this entire season. The banter was great. It was very competitive. They constantly went back and forth. There were really cool moves throughout. Joey got revenge on Keith for the cave, and Joey's noble intentions triumphed over Keith's greed. And now we set up the Battle of the Best Friends, or rather, the episode title, Best of Friends, Best of Duelists. Here we go. One must win, one must lose. Of course, we know who's going to win. And again, they kind of set up this fake tension to where only one of them can get what they want. But we as the audience clearly know that that's not the case. Who would have guessed that of all the duelists in this tournament, two best friends would end up in the final match, said by Bakura, which is a pretty self-aware line there that I quite enjoyed. Taya is understandably stressed out and just wants to flip a coin, but it is definitely better that these two guys sharpen their skills, and whoever comes out on top will be best prepared for Pegasus. And that's pretty much exactly what Joey says. Of course, we get the little sentimental montage, and I really enjoy the music that they had for that, although it's a bit dramatic. I mean, they're not fighting to the death. It is just a game. A very high-stakes game, for sure, but we know that one of them will face Pegasus and the other will be right behind him. Pegasus is, of course, getting a good kick out of two best friends facing off in the finals. He also wants Bakura's Millennium Ring. Good luck with that, dude. This time, Guiltia is a normal monster. All right. Bakura provides us with a lot of play-by-play in this duel, saying that Yugi has the edge in experience. They act like Joey destroying Celtic Guardian with Guiltia is a huge mistake. Why? What else was he supposed to do? Yugi summoned a weak monster in the opening turn without any face-down cards or anything. Why not destroy it and take some life points? Weird. Anyway, Yugi counters with Gaia, which evens the life points. This is another really fun back and forth duel. Again, I always prefer the back and forth duels. Get ready, bud, because now it's my turn to teach you a lesson. Man, I remember hearing that line constantly in commercials as a kid. He plays Flame Swordsman as a normal monster again. Why do I even keep mentioning this? Joey honestly got pretty lucky that Yugi summoned Skull, because Flame Swordsman would not have been able to beat Gaia with shield and sword. Side note, but how do these characters know what all of their monsters' attacks are called? Like, I don't think it says it on the card. And do you need to still summon both or all of your monsters in a fusion to be able to fuse them? Because Yugi could have just fused Dragon Champion from his hand. Also, Joey says you have to get through my Flame Swordsman first. Like, Gaia by himself clearly couldn't. Joey plays Grave Robber from his hand. Bruh, it's a trap card. Also, Copycat has definitely been his MVP lately, coming in clutch in so many important moments. Black Skull Dragon on the field this early is a surprise. Another thing I love about this duel is they're not building up to the big monsters like they usually do when they're playing someone else. This is more like how real life back and forth duel would play out, and I really appreciate that. Both of them have lost well over half of their life points, but they tease an interesting second half of the duel, and Joey is at the absolute top of his game, which is why this duel is even remotely close. As part 2 begins, of course, it's storming. It is a massive trope, but I love a good, well-timed storm in movies or TV. The villains have a lot of inner monologues about their plans in the show. Pegasus keeps repeating over and over that he's going to come out on top either way and gain the Millennium items. Joey says that Dark Magician is no match for Black Skull Dragon. Obviously, Yugi is up to something else here, man. He uses magical hats as a spell. It's a trap. Also, does Dark Magician need to be in attack mode to work with magical hats? Why not put him in defense mode in case Joey does hit him? That way, if he gets destroyed, you won't lose any life points. They're still acting like one of them is not going to get what they want. Come on, guys. Garuzis is an obvious ploy to lure Dark Magician out. He makes it way too obvious. Of course, if Dark Magician destroys Garuzis, Joey will still have 50 life points left and will destroy Dark Magician with Black Skull Dragon and win. Yugi's not that stupid. Also, this is very ballsy on Joey's part. I mean, what if Yugi has an equip spell to pair with Dark Magician? He could then win by taking out Garuzis. So definitely taking a risk there. Some serious psychological warfare going on, which I love. I love me some head games. They both know each other so well. Joey keeps second guessing himself as to what Yugi secretly played in the hats. He thinks it might be a monster, but dude, Yugi played it in the spell and trap zone. I mean, can Joey not tell that? Does magical hats hide those? Also, all of the head games reminds me of Dodgeball. I know you. You know I know you.
You know you. And I know you know that I know you.
We get a glimpse into Pegasus's past and motivation. We now find out for sure that he lost his wife. And despite all of the awful things he is doing, you feel very bad for him. Yugi and Joey are also fighting for the people they love, but the difference is they do it with honor and integrity, which Pegasus does not. Of course, Joey hits the spellbinding circle. What else would have happened? And again, taking away the 700 life points when the real card doesn't, operating more like Shadow Spell. And of course, Yugi draws the equip spell. Joey is very lucky that Yugi didn't have that before, because he could have just destroyed Garuzis and won. Joey sets a trap with Baby Dragon in attack mode, but Yugi thinks the trap is Time Wizard? I mean, dude, it's in the spell and trap zone. I guess Joey has done that before, so that kind of makes sense. Come on, Yugi, that was an obvious trap. Pegasus reminds us that when he guesses, he's always right. Yeah, man, we know. When you have a magic eye like that, it's not exactly very hard to do. And Joey top decks Time Wizard, of course, and of course he wins the spin once again. But this time, it backfires, turning Dark Magician into Dark Sage. Dark Sage, by the way, is a horrible card in real life. It is insanely hard to summon. You have to tribute a Dark Magician after winning the Time Wizard toss. Then you can add a spell to your hand. I guess if you build your deck around it, you can sort of make it work, but it's still pretty bad. In the show, it lets Yugi play a spell during Joey's turn, Makiyu. I just want to point out that this is far from the last time that Yugi will get super lucky because of a weird show ruling from a card that his opponent plays that would not work that way in real life. Also, the show never really makes it clear what the actual effect of Makiyu is. I still don't understand what exactly it does. In real life, it has to be paired with Summon Skull and destroys all monsters your opponent controls with defense less than Summon Skull's attack. Wait, in the show, Dark Sage lets you add a spell during every turn, yours and your opponent's? That is insanely overpowered. Yugi uses it to get Monster Reborn and revive Black Skull Dragon and win the duel. This was a great duel. It was very entertaining. The stakes were high. Even though one of them was going to win, we also knew one of them had to lose, and it was very well played on both sides. They were both at the top of their game. It was very back and forth, and they sharpened their skills for facing Pegasus, and it's good that Yugi came out on top because he is definitely best prepared to face Pegasus, especially once things get to the Shadow Realm. Interestingly enough, Yugi didn't lose a single life point in the second half of the duel. Yugi lets Joey keep the King's Hand card, which we obviously knew was going to happen because you only need one of them to be able to play Pegasus, and Yugi has the other, Glory of the King's opposite hand card, as if there was really any doubt about that. But up next, we get the biggest duel of the season, and the longest duel of the season by far, Yugi versus Pegasus. Match of the Millennium. Here we go. This is what we have all been waiting for, what all of this in this season has been building to. The duel to save Grandpa and the Kaiba brothers, a seemingly impossible task given Pegasus's power. We know Yugi's going to figure out a way to get it done, but it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of how, which is what makes this so interesting. Millennium Battle leading up to the duel is so awesome. I get chills every single time that theme plays. Yugi asks Pegasus to confirm he'll release the souls of Grandpa and the Kaiba brothers if Yugi wins, and Pegasus agrees. Yugi is still surprised that Pegasus reads his mind. Dude, I thought you knew this. Yugi's gonna kick Yakista. Thank you, Joey.
I feel like we're hanging out in the Old West, waiting for the first cowboy to draw.
Tristan goes off to find Kaiba and Mokuba, which intrigues evil Bakura. Man, these prizes are pretty crazy. $3 million plus, with the Glory of King's opposite hand, literally anything you want. Pegasus is awfully confident that he will win. We also find out why the card is blank. Pegasus will take Yugi's soul if he wins, but Yugi is absolutely willing to risk it. Very gutsy. We see the Kaiba Corp goons watching this duel. They have a lot of stake in it. We will eventually come to know them as the Big Five. I think it's hilarious that all this stuff, such as Pegasus taking over Kaiba's company and gaining all this power, is entirely dependent on the result of a card game. Once again, the Big Five are shown in very dark lighting, conveying their shady nature. I just love little details like that. And once again, it takes over half of the episode for the actual duel to start. But this one is 5 parts long, and there are other things going on, so it makes a little bit more sense. Tristan hides from the guards in a knight's armor. Another very Scooby-Doo-esque scene. There's also a secret tunnel. Love it, love it, love it. Yugi is once again surprised at Pegasus's eye being able to read his mind. Bruh, I can't miss this chance to take an early point advantage. Dude, Red Archery Girl is in defense mode. How exactly are you going to do that? You can take card advantage, but you're not going to take any life points. He tries the Beaver Warrior Horn of the Unicorn combo, falling for an obvious trap. By the way, why is he running such a trash monster anyway? Beaver Warrior is terrible. Pegasus's trap card is Tears of a Mermaid, which is not a real card. I guess what it does is destroy Horn of the Unicorn, and it has to be paired with Red Archery Girl. All right, sure. Bakura lies to the others about what Tristan is up to. Really seems like dueling Pegasus is a fool's errand at this point. We haven't seen anyone get even remotely close to beating him. The Millennium Ring, by the way, also gives Bakura super hearing. Apparently, he's able to overhear the walkie-talkie conversation about an intruder, which is Tristan. Pegasus puts all of his monsters in defense mode, another obvious trap that Yugi is going to fall for. He also brags about knowing every single card in Yugi's hand. Bakura once again uses the Millennium Ring's super hearing to hear Croquet's conversation and goes off to find Mokuba's empty body so that he can have a new vessel. Yugi continues to play as if Pegasus doesn't know his every move. My guy, you're going to have to switch some stuff up. You really think he's going to fall for a trap? Pegasus so obviously attacked into the trap on purpose, once again using the oh no like he did with Kaiba. Yugi's all confident like he got him, but Pegasus plays Trap Displacement, which is also not a real card, to switch Spellbinding Circle from Ryuran to summon Skull. How, at this point, can Yugi be surprised by this? Also, not only does Pegasus know Yugi's every move, he also just so happens to have the exact perfect card to counter whatever he does. I can't hide anything from his eye. Yeah, no kidding, dude. Where the hell have you been? Bakura protects Tristan, but only, of course, because he wants to obtain Mokuba's body. Step out of the shadows, or else we will point our fingers at you. That will never fail to make me laugh. Bakura uses his shadow powers to turn his cards real. He uses chain energy to tie up the goons. That is a very scary power, and I really enjoy that sequence. We get a glimpse into just how evil and powerful this guy is. He's very scary. Back to the duel. There's Toon World a lot sooner than he played it in the duel with Kaiba. Again, in the show, instead of playing Toon monsters, it automatically transforms your regular monsters into Toon monsters. Also, they can hide when they're not attacking. How in the hell can you possibly beat that? We know Yugi will somehow find a way, but he tries crashing Celtic Guardian into Toon Mermaid. Dude, did you not watch Pegasus's duel with Kaiba? Clearly, that won't work. Pegasus plays Gorgon's Eye, a continuous trap which turns monsters into stone? What exactly does that mean gameplay-wise? In real life, it's not continuous and only negates the effects of defense monsters for one turn. Pegasus plays Doppelganger, again, a super OP card, basically the same thing as Joey's Copycat, to copy Summon Skull. Again, not how that's supposed to work, but it turns him into Toon Summon Skull. So apparently when Yugi's defense monsters get turned to stone by Gorgon's Eye and get destroyed, half of that monster's defense points get deducted from Yugi's life points. So he is totally screwed. I mean, especially, again, operating under the assumption that you have to have a monster on the field every turn. How the hell is Yugi going to get out of this? Again, we know he's going to find a way, but we don't know how, and that is what makes it fun and interesting. Magical Hats is a nice ass-saving move that has saved him so many times. Such a clutch card that's way better in the show than it is in real life. Because not even Yugi knows which hat the Dark Magician is under. Or does he? I mean, I thought it was random, which honestly would have been better, but Yugi and Yami find a way out of getting their minds read with the Mind Shuffle. If Pegasus is going to use his power of the Millennium Eye, then Yugi and Yami are going to use the power of the Millennium Puzzle to switch between Yugi and Yami, so Pegasus will not be able to read their minds. That is brilliant, and Yugi finally realizes what Grandpa meant by trusting the power of the puzzle, not necessarily to combine himself with Yami like they usually do, but to switch between the two in order to throw Pegasus off. It's a risky move, but definitely worth a shot, because that appears to be the only way to get out of Pegasus's mind reading. Although I gotta be honest, I'm a little confused by this, because Pegasus attacks the far left hat thinking he read Yugi's mind in order to figure out where the Dark Magician was, but he was wrong. So little Yugi didn't know which hat he was under, but Pegasus still read his mind, so wouldn't he have been able to tell that Yugi didn't know which hat? Unless Yugi pretended to know, but also wouldn't Pegasus pick up on that? Oh well, it is what it is. This was so satisfying. We have never seen Pegasus frustrated like this before. We go back to Bakura, where he summons Man-Eater Bug from the Shadow Realm, which is extremely creepy, then Morphing Jar, and then sending them to the Shadow Realm, and it's implied that the Reaper of the Cards kills them, which is so crazy that they actually were able to get that through. Yet they can't show Joey and Tristan shoving each other. It's also so funny and noticeable that they reuse voices for the goons. They all have very recognizable voices. Back in the duel, Pegasus doesn't even try to read Yugi's mind anymore. This evens the playing field quite a bit. I mean, he still has some very OP cards, such as Toon World, but Yugi is now able to freely play without the worry of Pegasus knowing his every single move. I think Pegasus has the highest amount of cards in his deck that are not real, because he plays Magical Neutralizing Force, which is also not a real card, and eliminates any current magic effects on your opponent's side of the field, which gets rid of Magical Hats. But I thought Magical Hats was a trap card, although I guess he played it as a magic card in this duel. Alrighty then, so they mind swap again, and Yugi uses Living Arrow to fuse with Magical Neutralizing Force to destroy Toon World. Huh? So what exactly does that card, Living Arrow, do in the show again? They do not explain it very well. It's one of those cards that kind of just does whatever Yami needs it to get out of any particular situation, and he also combines it with Mirror Force to destroy Pegasus's monsters, which are now vulnerable because Toon World is gone. Also, Mirror Force does life point damage again. That must just be a thing for this specific tournament, because in real life it's not supposed to, but what's the math there? It's 1,400 life point damage. I'm not really sure how they got there. Again, I don't think that it's half of all of the monsters attack, but I guess I'm not 100% sure on that. It kind of seems like they just pick a random amount so that they can get the life point count to exactly what they want it to be. But Bakura threatens Tristan to hand over Mokuba, or he'll face the same fate as the guards. Yikes. And as part 3 of this 5-part duel concludes, Pegasus takes the fight to the Shadow Realm. He is going to great lengths to make sure that he wins this. As we get into part 4, Tristan knocks out Bakura with a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles sound effect. Nice. I will always notice and bring that up, and throws the Millennium Ring thinking that will solve it, but of course we know that's not the last we're going to see of evil Bakura. Back at the duel, the Shadow game begins, taking the duel to the next level. Now the gang can't even watch the duel, and little Yugi can't handle the Shadow Realm. Yami can, for sure, but if they stick with Yami, Pegasus will be able to read his mind again. Quite the conundrum that these characters are in. Dark Guy's Illusionist, a card Pegasus created just for this game, That is total BS, by the way. It's also crazy that in the show, you don't get to know your opponent's monster's effects. Like, you don't get to read it on the field like you can in real life or online. You just have to find out the hard way, which is so insane, but also kind of cool at the same time. They keep switching minds for now, but clearly it's draining on Yugi, and we will have to see how long that lasts. Massive props, though, for him trying as hard as he can to push through it. And apparently the friends have some kind of link to each other, and they can sense that something is wrong with Yugi. All right, sure. I mean, they established that might be going on early on in the show, so it doesn't really bother me at all. Yami stupidly attacks the Dark Eyes Illusionist. Did you really not think Pegasus was up to something there? Come on, man. So in the show, Dark Eyes Illusionist just stops Curse of Dragon's attack, I believe. In real life, it has a flip effect to target one monster and prevent it from attacking as long as Dark Eyes Illusionist is on the field. But Pegasus doesn't keep it on the field very long, as he sacrifices it to summon Relinquished. I think it's really cool that we get another ritual monster. I love ritual monsters in the show. It's always treated as a big deal. Very mysterious monster, and I might add, very good in real life as well in early Yu-Gi-Oh! I think it's basically the same in the show. It sucks in Curse of Dragon and uses it as a shield when Yugi attacks it with Dark Magician. Again, come on, dude. Why are you attacking here? You had to know there was something up. It can take one monster per turn. Yugi still insists on mind shuffling, but again, just for this one last move at the risk of losing his soul to the Shadow Realm. This kid has massive guts and will do whatever it takes, including putting himself at risk in order to save his grandpa and the Kaiba brothers. He lays one last card face down and faints, which is an incredibly sad and depressing moment. I mean, we know things will be okay, but still definitely hurts to see, and it hurts to see the reaction from the friends as well. That move better be worth it. The gang tries to enter the Shadow Realm, but they just come out the other side, which is a pretty crazy power that Pegasus has here. He taunts Yami about not being able to protect Yugi. Yami is now more motivated than ever because of what happened, but he is now unable to prevent Pegasus from reading his mind, which is going to become a huge problem for the rest of the duel. Pegasus plays Jigen Bakudan, which will destroy his own monsters and inflict damage to Yugi's life points. Pretty similar to the one in real life. In real life, it has to be flipped first and only does damage equal to half of the monster's attack points. However, in the show, it does appear that it would inflict damage to you instead of your opponent, and was only going to do damage to Yugi because Dark Magician is his monster. But at this point, Yami appears to be screwed. All appears to be lost as we move into part 5, where Yami has to figure out a way to get out of this Jigen Bakudan mess. Grandpa reminds Yami that Yugi's friends bond with him, keeps him alive, essentially, and somehow that bond is so powerful that it's also able to prevent Pegasus from being able to read Yami's mind. I mean, there are tons of crazy magical stuff in this show, so sure, why not? It's also only fair to once again help even the playing field. Yami uses Mystic Box to switch out Dark Magician with Bakudan, putting Bakudan in Relinquished instead. I still, and I'm going to continue to say this every single time, do not understand what Mystic Box actually does in the show, like what the actual written effect would be, but it is what it is. Yugi takes control of Relinquished with Brain Control, which, again, doesn't cost life points in the show, otherwise it would have killed him because it costs 800. Did seem like a strange move at first, but he uses Bakudan as a sacrifice along with Dark Magician to ritual summon Magician of Black Chaos. So badass. And remember when I mentioned early on that they foreshadowed this? I'm guessing that when people were watching this show for the first time and it was coming out weekly, no one remembered that. There is no possible way. So it was brilliant foreshadowing that no one really understood at the time. But ritual summons are just always so cool. I always enjoy when a monster is ritual summoned in this show, and it's nice that we get 2 of them in this duel. The ritual spell was the last card that Yugi set before he fainted, so it was definitely worth it. Unfortunately, Pegasus is able to get relinquished back and fuses it with Thousand Eyes Idol to summon the incredibly powerful Thousand Eyes Restrict. This card saw quite a bit of play in real life. It is very, very good. It has a similar effect as Relinquished, being able to take control of an opponent's monster, but it also, quote-unquote, paralyzes your opponent's monsters, which essentially prevents them from being able to change battle position or attack. Yami tells Magician of Black Chaos to try to hold him off. Does it work that way? I'm pretty sure in this game, either the effect works or it doesn't. I don't think you get to try to inspire your monsters to do something. What I really like about this duel is the fact that Yami summons his big game-winning ritual monster, but he doesn't win with it right away. He has to make a couple of other moves first. This is kind of the first time we're seeing that type of thing in the show, and I love that. Yugi uses Kuribo with Multiply to cover all of Thousand Eyes Restrict's eyes? Okay, sure. Why not? I mean, again, technically, he's only supposed to be able to have 5 monsters on his side of the field, but then they're able to destroy all of Thousand Eyes Restrict's eyes, and Kuribo's self-destruct on contact with the enemy? Huh? Again, alrighty. It seems like Kuribo's effect in the show is just, again, whatever Yami needs it to be at any given moment. And Kuribo is very overpowered in the show. It's solid in real life, but it's pretty insane in the show with all of the different things that it can do. And now, Magician of Black Chaos is able to destroy Thousand Eyes Restrict and win the duel. Yami pulled it off.
Destroyed!
Oh no!
We knew it was going to happen, but still, an incredibly satisfying, chill-inducing moment, and it also brings Yugi back. Pegasus apologizes to his late wife, and despite everything the guy has done, that makes you feel for him a bit. An incredibly satisfying duel that had many ups and downs, a roller coaster of emotions that ends Duelist Kingdom the way it was meant to be ended. It was the perfect culmination of everything that came before it this season. Pegasus pulling out all of these stops to rig things in his favor, which is very underhanded, but we understand why now. Yugi and Yami finding new and interesting ways to work together and work around Pegasus's powers, and using the power of love and friendship to overcome near impossible odds. The friends reunite in a very touching moment. Quote-unquote tough guy Joey gets very emotional, and I can't blame him. I certainly would be too in that situation, and that seems to actually happen quite often with him. Pegasus is gone, and the gang assume that he tried to escape without following up on his promise. Despite the ring getting thrown out, we get confirmation that evil Bakura is still around, and he has a new goal, which is to obtain Pegasus's Millennium Eye. He's going to take advantage of the weakened Pegasus after his duel with Yugi. The next episode is Aftermath, which is essentially the epilogue to the entire Duelist Kingdom arc. The gang races off to find Pegasus. Taya and Tristan now remember going to Pegasus's tower and all of the stuff that happened with Bakura. So apparently, Bakura was not able to completely erase their minds. Pegasus does keep his word and releases Grandpa and the Kaiba brothers. He's a man of his word, and again, you can't help but feel for him trying to save his wife despite everything he has done. That is how you write an interesting and complex villain. But Bakura walks in and shows the true difference in their power and maliciousness. Bakura shows the 3 cards, Happy Lover, Mask of Darkness, and Doma, the Angel of Silence, and that was incredibly interesting, showing the different stages of Pegasus's life, how it started, how things went. He was happy for a while, then things got dark, and now the Angel of Silence, which Bakura says is there because I will now silence you. The guy is so scary, and he easily destroys Pegasus in a shadow game and professes that he's been doing this for centuries.
You have lost the game, and that entitles me to take your Millennium item.
We thought Pegasus was bad. We are getting just a small glimpse here into the future and what's in store. The manga is way riskier and more graphic because in the manga, Bakura actually kills Pegasus. He rips the eye from him, and you see the blood and everything. Here, he just takes the Millennium Eye and renders him unconscious. Still terrifying, but not nearly as much as it is in the manga. The gang discovers what Pegasus was up to, and we now get the full backstory and motivation. He had essentially a perfect life with his wife, and then she was struck with an illness and died. This is incredibly sad. Behind many of the best villains is a tragic backstory and sympathetic motivation, and that is definitely the case here. We learn he was given his eye by a man called Shadi while on a trip to Egypt, which is our introduction to the character of Shadi. A very interesting character, a mysterious but seemingly well-intentioned man. They, and now we, now know why Pegasus set out to get all of the Millennium items, as well as capturing the souls and taking over Kaiba Corp. He needed all of that to be able to resurrect his late wife. The gang also see that Pegasus decided to free the souls. We now see Shadi in real life in the show, and he enters Yugi's mind, which the Millennium Key allows him to do. That's a pretty cool power, but Yami is very protective of Yugi, understandably so, and it's interesting that they each have their own separate sections inside the mind. Yami's mind is understandably very complex and mysterious. There is not much we know about Yami yet. In fact, there is a lot that he doesn't even know about himself yet, and that makes for a very interesting mystery that unravels slowly as the show goes along. Shadi almost falls into a bottomless pit. Would he have died? Would Yami have let him? Yugi saves him, and we see a bunch of recognizable monsters on the tablets, which is pretty cool. It's also very cool that Dark Magician obeys Yugi, even though Shadi says he only obeys the Pharaoh. So that is proof that Yugi is essentially Yami reincarnated, and we're definitely going to see more of Shadi. He has an incredibly important role to play in all of this. And thus concludes the quote-unquote canon section of the season, which is essentially whatever was actually in the manga. The rest of the season will be considered filler by manga standards, although it is obviously still canon to the show because it happens in the show. And this so-called filler stuff is quite mixed. I think there's some good stuff in there and some not so good stuff in there, but I will definitely be diving into all of that as well. The first 2 filler episodes are the Wrath of Rebecca and the Ties of Friendship, where we get introduced to a quite annoying character, at least at first.
And I might have been waiting for you to show up. It's not nice to keep a lady waiting, you know.
Named Rebecca, who is a very good duelist, but is basically made up for the show. She was never in the manga as far as I know. But before we get to that, Yugi and Joey both get their prizes. Joey gets the money so that he can pay for his sister's eye operation, and Yugi gets a Ties of Friendship card along with Grandpa and the boys coming back. Kaiba thanks Yugi in a very nice moment, so apparently he believes in the soul stuff now, but doesn't later. Very strange. He also teases future duels between him and Yugi, as the last one ended in a way that was not very satisfying from a gameplay standpoint. This is also the first time we actually hear Yami refer to himself as Yami. I mean, I've been calling him that throughout this review, but they never actually gave him a name until now. Bakura thinks he has the real prize in the Millennium Eye, and we can't wait to see what he does next. They bring Grandpa back from the hospital and are immediately confronted by the aforementioned Rebecca. She is totally convinced that Grandpa's Blue Eyes White Dragon is hers. Apparently, she's some big Duel Monsters prodigy. She's like 8 years old or something like that. She thinks that Grandpa stole the blue eyes from her and challenges him to a duel for it. But since Grandpa just got out of the hospital, Yugi plays instead by himself without Yami, which I believe is the first time that we ever get to see that. Mokuba lets them play at Kaiba Land, which is a nice gesture, kind of paying them back for everything they did for him and his brother. And Kaiba Land is a pretty cool place. They have a ton of dueling arenas, and Rebecca, I would say, along with Bakura, has by far and away the best deck in this season. She actually has some very powerful cards, and we get introduced to recruiters, which are monsters that fetch other monsters when they're sent to the graveyard. In this one, we get Witch of the Black Forest and Sangan, which both saw a ton of use in real life. Witch was actually banned for a long time because she, when sent to the graveyard, searches a monster with 1500 or less defense, whereas Sangan searches a monster with 1500 or less attack. Both very, very good. Although, I do have a few questions. Do you not have to announce which monster you search from your deck? Because Rebecca doesn't do that. Obviously, in real life you do, but that's even more OP if you don't have to do that in the show. Next, why is she playing them in attack mode? Why not save some life points and still accomplish the same thing? It's not like they have to be in attack mode when they're sent to the grave for the effects to work. And then, Yugi questions why Rebecca is playing such weak monsters. Does he not know their effects? Has he never seen cards like this before? And even if he doesn't, why wouldn't he think something is up with them? Clearly, she's not just playing weak monsters to play weak monsters. Grandpa is having some serious deja vu with this duel. We also see Tribute to the Doomed, which is a very powerful monster removal card. Man, Rebecca has some legitimately good cards. Millennium Shield, 3,000 defense points is nasty, especially in this format where you don't have to sacrifice. And of course, the same rules from Duelist Kingdom continue throughout the rest of this season. She equips it with Ring of Magnetism, which, despite lowering its defense by 500 points, deflects every attack to that monster. This girl knows what she is doing. She also runs Cannon Soldier, which is also filthy in a 2,000 life point format. I mentioned before that in a 2,000 life point format, everyone should just be running Burn, and Cannon Soldier is a great burn card, letting you sacrifice a monster and inflict 500 damage. Apparently, she has 2 Witch of the Black Forests, which is insane. Again, I'm guessing that nothing was banned or limited at this point, and she brilliantly combines it with Cannon Soldier, accomplishing 2 things at the same time. This is probably the best strategy and best deck we have seen up until this point in the show, and Grandpa realizes that Rebecca is the granddaughter of a man called Professor Arthur Hawkins, an old friend of Grandpa's whom he played an almost identical duel against many years ago. Grandpa tries to tell Rebecca the story of how he met her grandfather Arthur in Egypt on an archaeological dig, figuring out the ancient history of duel monsters and discovering a link between duel monsters and the Millennium items, which will be explored a lot more in future seasons. He tells Rebecca that Arthur gave him the blue eyes, but she still refuses to believe him. She doesn't want to hear it. They got trapped underground and dueled for the last of the water, and the duel opened the exact same way that this one did. And you know what? Yugi says two can play at the burning game and uses Catapult Turtle to sacrifice Millennium Shield with brain control, which again doesn't cost any life points in the show, but that is a very, very good combination. Rebecca is now down to 200 life points, and she has 2 more Sangans in her hand, so she has 3. Again, I'm assuming nothing was limited at this point. And if that's the case, why is nobody else running that stuff? Are those cards really that hard to obtain? She plays Judgment Blaster, which is not a real card, to discard 5 cards and destroy all monsters on the field? Seems like a strange move at that point. Giving up 5 cards is a lot. But we realize that all of this was a setup for her boss monster, Shadow Ghoul, which gains 100 attack points for every monster in her graveyard, getting him to a whopping 2,700. Again, she had a very good strategy. Yugi, of course, does his little spiel about the heart of the cards and how you're supposed to respect every card. Honestly, nah, man, I'm with Rebecca here. They're cards, and she has a really good strategy. But now they use Stop Defense correctly, as it's a one-time spell that switches one of your opponent's monsters to attack mode. I think that wasn't completely clear. Also, if I'm being honest, Rebecca could have just won with Cannon Soldier by tributing Shadow Ghoul and itself burning Yugi for 1,000 life points. Again, burn is super overpowered in this format, but instead she just lets it die to increase Shadow Ghoul's attack points. That's a massive ego. She specifically wants to win with Shadow Ghoul, but we learn that Grandpa's duel with Arthur went exactly the same, which doesn't make any logical sense, but this is Yu-Gi-Oh! Who needs logic? And both duels end the same as well. Grandpa surrendered in his duel with Arthur, and now Yugi surrenders in his duel with Rebecca. But they both actually won, because they could have played Soul Release to banish cards from their opponent's graveyard, but chose not to. In Grandpa's case, Arthur needed the water more, so he let him have it, and in Yugi's case, he was trying to teach Rebecca a lesson that I don't quite understand. How is losing to her teaching her the lesson? But whatever. As far as I'm concerned, Yugi has still not legitimately lost yet. Arthur says that he honored his monsters for their sacrifice for Shadow Ghoul, and what exactly does that mean? He did the exact same thing that Rebecca did. Arthur also reveals that he gifted the blue eyes to Grandpa as a token of their friendship and as a thanks for letting him have the water. Yugi does a very similar thing with Rebecca and gives her the Ties of Friendship card as a token of their friendship. She has clearly learned the lesson here and is actually a pretty nice person. It's a cute little moment, and they tease a Grandpa versus Arthur rematch that, of course, we don't get to see, although I would have really liked to. A fine filler arc, but the next one is easily my favorite of the season, and that would be Legendary Heroes. I actually quite enjoy this arc. I think it's a pretty fun adventure. It starts with Kaiba reprimanding the corporate ghouls that conspired with Pegasus, aka the Big Five. For whatever reason, he lets his guard down and lets them trick him into going into his virtual game. He should have known better. He believes it is safe because he created it, but obviously the Big Five made some modifications, and for whatever reason that didn't cross his mind. Come on, man, you're too smart for this. But I guess the episode wouldn't have been very fun if he was acting reasonably. It's a very cool virtual world. You get to walk around and see monsters. You can summon your own monsters to defeat threats. Obviously, the Big Five messed with it, and Kaiba gets captured and trapped in there. Mokuba escapes and goes off to the gang for help. Yugi, Joey, and Mokuba go into the virtual world to rescue him, while Tristan and Taya remain in the real world to keep an eye on things and to protect them. They do wonder, and the audience probably wonders as well, what would happen if they lost all of their life points in this game? Do they die in real life? Do they get their minds trapped in the game forever? Hopefully, they won't have to find out. But they fight off a horde of zombies, first trying conventional means, and then Joey remembers how he beat Bones and uses shield and sword to destroy them. But I gotta be honest, I'm still not entirely sure how having 0 attack points means that they don't come back, but whatever. They lose a few life points in the process, and they end up following this little fairy, which is very much like a video game. This entire arc feels a lot like a video game, and I enjoy video games, so I naturally have a ton of fun with it. They're trying to solve these problems and figure out ways to get from one place to another. I have a ton of fun with that. They see some Duel Monsters cards, but they cost way more points than they have earned, and they try to get across a sandstorm to get where they think Kaiba is, but realize that they need to ride these giant chickens to cross, so they have to enter some kind of dueling competition to win it against who is so obviously Mai. She's the champion of this gladiator dueling competition, but somehow they can't tell that it's her, even though it's insanely obvious. Joey volunteers for tribute and has to wear this weird pig costume for the duel, and they call him Senor Porky, which I've always found very funny. Him and Mai face off in this battle, and somehow neither one is able to tell who the other person is, but Joey finally realizes it when she plays Harpy Lady. Apparently that was the giveaway and not the way she looked and her voice and everything. Even though she had a mask on, it should have been incredibly easy to tell. But Mai is able to stop her attack just in time, and she steals the chicken card and agrees to help them find Kaiba. Man, she is just so charming. Thousands of little kids fell for this chick back in the day, including yours truly. Joey blasts a sandstorm monster with red eyes, which is pretty fun. I enjoy all of the different obstacles these characters face, all of the monsters they have to defeat, the points they have to earn, unlocking stuff, working their way through mazes, and getting through all of these different levels. Again, very video game-esque, and they are now in the Labyrinth maze and being pursued by Labyrinth tanks, but Yugi is able to get them out of this situation with magical hats. Once again, magical hats saves his ass. How many times did that happen in this season? I love how these characters are thinking on their feet, using all of their different Duel Monsters cards to get out of these situations. We are also very lucky that they have the right cards, too. They find this little princess girl that looks just like Mokuba. Joey points that out. He's like, "Hey, Mokuba, this game made you into a chick." And then Mokuba's like, "Great, can it make you smart?" Again, love the jabs in this show. It's also extra funny because the person who voices Mokuba is actually a woman, Tara Sands, and a 4Kids legend at that. They are able to defeat Gate Guardian with Black Skull Dragon, just like they did in the duel against Para and Dox, so that was pretty cool. And Dragon Nails, which raises its attack by 700. I could have sworn it was 300 before, but it is what it is. We finally see Kaiba again chained up and set to be the sacrifice for this mysterious mythic dragon. They also tease a second offering. The gang go off to the princess's palace, and they find out about the offerings. The princess is set to be the second offering, and there is some kind of prophecy about a group of heroes that are designed to defeat the mythic dragon, and it's heavily implied that Yugi, Joey, and Mai are those heroes. And with that, they get these really cool outfits, except for Joey, who legitimately looks like a character in the Flintstones or something. Man, Joey is just getting totally shafted with the costumes they've been giving him in this episode, just making him the butt of the joke.
Traditional garb of our bravest national hero.
They fight off an army of monsters from the Castle of Dark Illusions. Yugi tries to use Dark Hole to destroy all of them. By the way, I think this is the first time we've seen Dark Hole or any kind of monster removal in general, at least mass monster removal. I guess we did see Tribute to the Doomed in a previous episode. But it's crazy that Yugi had Dark Hole and never used it in Duelist Kingdom. Maybe he just acquired it after Duelist Kingdom, but either way, it's a very powerful card that saw a ton of play in real life and was banned at times as well. But Armed Ninja stops Yugi from being able to use that Dark Hole, and they think the princess gets taken by that army, but it's actually Mokuba. They switched places, they switched outfits so that they would actually take Mokuba, thinking that it was the princess and Mokuba can try to rescue his brother. They use Time Wizard to bring a fossilized plane back to its original functional form, which I thought was pretty cool, although, of course, it lands on a time machine, once again, even with the only 33% chance of doing that. I wonder what would have happened if it landed on a skull. Would they have just been stuck in there forever, or could they have tried again? Would they have just lost some life points and then they could have tried again? I'm not sure, but luckily, it lands on the time machine like it does almost every single time. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the goons are trying to break into the control room, and Tristan and Taya are doing everything they can to hold them off, but they're having a hard time doing so. Adding another layer of tension to this, a ticking clock element. The Time Wizard thing worked for the plane, and they head off for the castle, and there's some more monster destroying fun on their way there. The fairy dies, apparently. What the hell, man? That's really, really sad. Yugi gets pissed and turns into Yami Yugi. And I just love every single time that happens. It means that he is getting serious about what's going on. The plane catches on fire, so Yugi is once again able to think on his feet and use his Winged Dragon, Guardian of the Fortress, to save them. Mokuba is able to free Kaiba, and then Kaiba sicks a Blue Eyes on his captor, Witty Phantom, which is pretty badass. Witty Phantom, by the way, is another Duel Monsters card. Not a very good one, just a regular, vanilla, normal monster with pretty weak attack points, but that was a pretty cool scene. Kaiba is pissed Mokuba got Yugi and the gang to help. Dude, just be grateful for once. Yugi uses a Karibo Multiply Catapult Turtle combo to take out a bunch of bugs. Man, Karibo is really the ultimate Deus Ex Machina for Yugi. It can really do anything that he wants to get him out of a situation. The Blue Eyes poking its head through the portal was very funny. Like, hello there.
Hello there.
The gang meets up with Kaiba and Mokuba, and Kaiba immediately roasts Joey about his costume, which is, first of all, very on brand.
Worried. Joey, you look like an overgrown monkey in that outfit.
But also kind of warranted because the costume is pretty ridiculous. So as far as I'm concerned, that's a fair jab. The Big Five summons the mythical dragon without an offering, which is cheating, but of course they modified the game so that they can do essentially whatever they want to be able to defeat our heroes, and it's a creepy 5-headed dragon with each head being a different element. The gang faces off against this magnificent creature, and then we find out it is a dragon-only zone. So all of the duelists summon their respective best dragons. Kaiba summons Blue Eyes, Joey summons Red Eyes, Mai summons Harpy's Pet Dragon, and Yugi summons Curse of Dragon. It is all completely futile. And the Big Five, with their dragon, are able to take out Joey, Mai, and Mokuba. I think at the time, we were supposed to think that the characters died. I doubt anyone actually believed that. But as always, it's interesting and fun to see how the characters will get out of this situation. Side note, but the 5-headed dragon sounds like Draco from Ninja Turtles 2003, and some of the heads even kind of look like him. I'm guessing it's probably the same voice. After Mokuba goes down, Kaiba finally trusts Yugi and summons his Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Yugi combines it with his Black Luster Soldier to form Dragon Master Knight. What a badass, chill-inducing moment, and what an awesome monster. It's Black Luster Soldier riding the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. See what happens when the two best duelists in the world come together. It absorbs the powers of all of their defeated dragons and destroys Five-Headed Dragon. Awesome. And then we get the iconic Yugi and Kaiba falling shot from the intro of this season, and their friends are alive, of course, and the fairy is still alive too. Thank God. I would have been really pissed if we never saw her again. But I can't help but wonder what would have happened if they all got defeated by the dragon. I imagine all of their minds would have been stuck in this virtual world forever. Kaiba is dismissive of the group's help, of course. He's always so stubborn. I don't need any help. But he does give Yugi some credit. Yugi thinks they are friends, but Kaiba is grumpy. As always, he'll come around eventually. The gang is back just as the goons were breaking in. Perfect timing, of course. Again, this is a very fun arc. The concept is cool, the character banter is great, and I love me an adventure. This is a very fun adventure that felt very video game-esque with all of the obstacles they had to face and beating the different levels and finding their ways out of certain situations. So I have a ton of fun with this one. This is definitely one of my favorite mini filler arcs in this series. And the final filler mini arc of the season is Dungeon Dice Monsters. There is a new gaming shop across the street, and Grandpa is very salty about it. He thinks that they're taking all of his business away from his card shop. The game is Dungeon Dice Monsters, and the inventor and villain for this arc is Duke Devlin, voiced by the great Mark Thompson. And contrary to popular belief, for those of you who have only watched the abridged series, no, his theme is not actually sexy back. He does have a really good theme in the original show that I quite enjoy and will listen to a lot, similar to the Bandit Keith theme.
Impressive move there. But still, I wouldn't get any ideas about winning this match.
He also has all of the ladies' attention, which makes Joey very jealous because he's supposed to be the ladies' man. Duke outsmarts Joey with the classic I can move the dice without touching the cup game. Joey should have never fell for that. And an angry Joey challenges Duke to a Duel Monsters match. But Duke makes them open packs and build their decks from scratch. Joey is so cocky, and they agree that the loser has to do whatever the winner wants, upping the stakes. If Joey wins, Duke will immediately shut down his new shop, and if Duke wins, Joey will have to be his slave. It's pretty obvious that they're setting Joey up for a loss here. Duke has his own dueling arena too, and he can broadcast the duel to the entire world. Careful, Kaiba, you might have some competition here. He's also got his own personal cheerleading section, which is quite annoying, and of course, Joey is very jealous of that. Joey dominates a vast majority of this duel with some actually pretty solid cards like Sword Hunter and Mad Sword Beast, which I believe is our introduction to piercing damage, which means that when an attack position monster attacks a defense position monster, it will still inflict the difference to the opponent's life points, when normally that wouldn't be the case if the monster is in defense. We also see Goblin Attack Force, which is a very solid beater, 2300 without having to sacrifice in the later seasons, but switches to defense mode after attacking, and he gets Duke down to 50 life points. Seems like he's got it in the bag, but Duke takes out Joey in one turn with what he calls one of the most powerful cards in his deck that has 1,200 attack points. Really? That's one of the most powerful cards in your deck? But he combines it with limiter removal and fairy meteor crush, which is a very solid combo. Limiter removal doubles the attack points of his monster, and fairy meteor crush allows the monster to inflict piercing damage. So he destroys the goblin attack force that has 0 defense points and takes out all of Joey's life points. And because of this loss, Joey now has to wear this embarrassing dog costume and obey Duke, do whatever he says. Dude, this show just totally hates Joey. What the hell is up with all of the goofy costumes in these filler arcs? First we had the pig, and then the Flintstones outfit, and now the dog. The guy just can't catch a break. Yugi has had enough and challenges Duke, but Duke contends that this match has to be Dungeon Dice Monsters, and Yugi accepts. More high stakes in this one. If Yugi wins, Joey is free. If he loses, he has to promise to never duel again, which leads us into part 2 of this 4-part arc. As we get into the game, Duke doesn't even bother to explain the rules very well beforehand, which is total BS, gives him a massive advantage. Yugi has to figure it out as they go along. Good thing Yami Yugi is a smart guy and quick learner. All of the dice do different things, and instead of life points, you get 3 heart points. I gotta be honest, guys, I'm not going to get too much into explaining the rules of Dungeon Dice Monsters. It's a lot, and it's really not all that important. Yugi has a tough time in the beginning, and Duke is, of course, able to summon on the first turn. It takes Yugi quite a while to summon. What you want to do in this game is essentially summon your monsters and get them close enough to your opponent to be able to attack their heart points. But how exactly do the monsters work? I've never quite understood that about Dungeon Dice Monsters. Can they choose to summon any monster that is the level of their summoning crests? It's not entirely clear, but maybe we find out. Duke dominates the early part of the game, summoning 4 monsters before Yugi is able to even summon 1. But of course, like always, Yugi is able to summon 1 just in time, right before Duke is about to take one of his heart points, and he also destroys one of Duke's monsters, drawing first blood in that regard. Duke teases some monsters having special abilities outside of their stats, but once again, lets Yami figure that out for himself. Also, they treat Duke being the inventor of Dungeon Dice Monsters as a big reveal. I thought we kind of already knew that. I mean, the guy opened up the first big Dungeon Dice Monsters shop, and he carries dice with him all the time, so I just assumed that that was implied. He also reveals that Pegasus was going to partner with him, but he never heard from him after Duelist Kingdom. Duke has a very skewed vision of who Pegasus was. He doesn't know the real Pegasus, and he thinks that Yugi must have cheated to beat him. Duke is able to draw first blood with heart points when he takes one of Yugi's. The gang points out that Duke is scapegoating Yugi for all of his problems, which is absolutely true. And Yugi is starting to pick up on the ins and outs of the game. I do have a question, though. Battleox gains a 10-point bonus when attacking a warrior monster? All right, I mean, Battleox is a normal monster, so I guess the special abilities in Dungeon Dice Monsters are not based on the monster's dual monsters effects, which is quite confusing. It's very unclear. Duke's dungeon path traps Yugi, so he's going to have to find another way. Once again, we know he's going to, we just don't know how. Duke opens up a vortex, a black hole of sorts, in order to teleport you from one part of the field to another. I have a feeling this is going to backfire on him. Yugi is able to open up the other side of the vortex on his end of the field, and he sends Strike Ninja, which is a pretty solid card in real life if you put it in the right deck, over to Duke's side of the field to take 2 of Duke's heart points, taking control of the game and taking the lead. Also, of course, now Yugi starts getting all of the roles he needs, but I guess that's evening things out for all of the times he missed early on. And now Duke keeps missing until he is able to summon his boss monster, Orgoth the Relentless. And apparently there are trap crests now, which they didn't bother to tell us before. And Orgoth is able to destroy Strike Ninja before Yugi can finish Duke off. Orgoth warps to Yugi's side and takes one of his heart points, meaning that both players only have one left, and the next person to take a hard point will win. Joey gives Yugi a nice pep talk, even in the dog costume. Honestly, he's pretty good at that, and I don't think he gets enough credit for it. Leading to the Millennium Battle, while Yami reminds Duke that this match is far from over, and again, that kind of thing will give me chills every single time. Another random ability, one of Duke's monsters being able to turn any crest into defense crests. All right, Yugi summons Dark Magician because, of course, was there ever any doubt, with level 4 dice. So I don't quite understand how the levels work in Dungeon Dice Monsters. Are there only 4, and it just kind of keeps working its way up? So I guess it doesn't exactly correlate to their Duel Monsters level. Dark Magician destroys Orgoth, and Yugi is able to use Magical Hats and Mystic Box, which are Dark Magician's abilities in this game, apparently, even though, as far as I know, those cards are not Dark Magician specific. But maybe they are in the game, because Yugi seems to always pair them with Dark Magician, so that would make sense. Dark Magician destroys Duke's last hard point, and Yugi wins, of course. There was never any doubt, but it's never about the if, it's about the how. And the Dungeon Dice Monsters game was fun enough, a decent way to pass time. It's definitely not as interesting, at least to me, as Duel Monsters. But Yugi wins, and Duke apologizes, and they make friends with him. He actually turns out to be a pretty good guy, and we will see more of him later. I do enjoy all of the characters that our main characters meet along the way, especially the ones that will come back, such as Mai and now Duke. Pegasus's company does end up sending him an email about taking Dungeon Dice Monsters global, which makes him very happy. The company is probably being run by someone else, I assume, at this point, after Pegasus lost and his reputation was destroyed and he lost his Millennium Eye. I can't imagine he is still running Industrial Illusions, and if he was, I would have to assume that our main characters would not be so excited about Duke partnering with him. So, again, a fine little filler arc. I'm not a huge fan of Dungeon Dice Monsters compared to Duel Monsters, but it was certainly never boring, and it introduces us to an interesting new character. And that is a wrap on Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 1. Look, it is far from perfect. Some of the filler episodes aren't great, and there were some absolutely insane rulings, such as Attack the Moon and dropping the castle on all of Panic's monsters, and the Wall of Karibos preventing Kaiba's Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon from doing anything. Though I have to point out that I did do a little bit of research, and it does seem like my theory about everyone having to have a monster on the field every turn in Duelist Kingdom, otherwise they will lose, is true. And that makes a ton of sense. That explains a lot of moves that these characters made in their duels much better. I wish they would have told us that. Also, apparently, you can only attack once per turn. Somehow I never noticed that, but looking back in all these duels, yeah, I don't think anyone ever attacked more than once on a turn, which is wild. I am so glad that Season 2 will fix a lot of these dueling mechanical issues. Starting with only 2,000 life points and not being able to attack directly is crazy. And they don't explain some card effects very well. There is definitely some inconsistency with the gameplay, but that kind of stuff doesn't really take away from my enjoyment of the show at all. The cards having different effects than they do in real life is not an issue whatsoever. Just something that I like pointing out. However, the stuff that makes absolutely no sense completely in the context of the show can be a bit frustrating, and I'm glad that Season 2 fixes a lot of that. The dueling mechanics get so much better in several important ways. But what do we, or at least I, ultimately want in a cartoon or any TV show or movie for that matter? To be entertained, to have fun, to care about the characters, and to feel something. This season absolutely accomplished all of that, and all of that stuff far outweighs any issues I may have with the specifics of the gameplay. The Duelist Kingdom tournament itself was very entertaining. There were some really fun duels, such as Joey versus Rex, Joey versus Bandit Keith, and Yugi versus Joey, which were my favorite duels of this season. I'm sensing a trend here.
Pretty good move, huh, Yugi?
And plenty of badass, chill-inducing moments, aka pretty much every time Yami gives a big speech or threatens a villain or the Millennium Battle music plays. And Duelist Kingdom, in and of itself, is a very adventurous place and makes for some pretty fun adventures. The character banter was great. There were several great character arcs. Yugi goes through an arc with Yami losing control, then learning to trust him, and he is very driven by his care for other people. And guys, admittedly, I probably used Yugi and Yami interchangeably sometimes in this video, and I may have messed up considering how many times I have to say each of their names. I mean, when they're dueling, they're combined, and I tried the best I could to separate them when talking about them, and I thought it was necessary to talk about them as separate entities. Joey becomes a much better duelist and person, gains a ton of confidence, and is able to save his sister. They meet some new friends along the way, such as Mai, Rebecca, and Duke. Mai has a very nice little arc herself, one of my favorite parts of the season, starting off as a total cynical loner to understanding the importance of friendship and becoming significantly less selfish. We flesh out Kaiba and Mokuba's brotherly bond, and Kaiba himself has a nice little arc as well. Starting off in episode 1, completely evil, losing to Yugi, losing his way, going on a journey of self-discovery, being very unsure of who he is, then becoming determined again and doing everything in his power to save his little brother, and being very grateful to Yugi in the end, despite the fact that they are very much still dueling rivals. Pegasus is a fantastic villain that we eventually feel for due to the tragedy that he was dealt regarding his wife. Despite doing horrible, inexcusable things along the way, we understand why he is doing them, even though he has to be stopped. Bandit Keith was a very entertaining and hateable side villain that you couldn't wait to see go down. Perfect representation of the American stereotype, and his theme is awesome. Even smaller characters like Weevil and Rex, who quite annoy me, I was very glad to watch them lose. Teasing Bakura as a creepy, mysterious, very powerful, big future villain. Cannot wait to see what they do with him. The Legendary Heroes arc is quite fun. As stated, I enjoy a video game-esque adventure. The themes of friendship and fighting for the ones you love run constant throughout the whole season. Cheesy, definitely, but it works. The music and voice acting are great overall, something this show excels at. throughout its run. Special acting shoutouts to Dan Green as Yugi and Yami-Yugi, Wayne Grayson as Joey, Eric Stewart as Kaiba, Megan Hollingshed as Mai, to be honest, I am not sure how to pronounce that, and Darren Dunstan as Pegasus. Of course, there were many more. I couldn't possibly mention all of them. We get a little bit of lore as far as the backstory of Duel monsters and the Millennium items, with way more to come. And assuming this video does well, stay tuned for my Season 2 retrospective. I absolutely cannot wait to dive into my favorite arc of the entire show, Battle City. That'll do it, guys. If you stuck around for this entire video, I cannot thank you enough. It is incredibly long, but I am so grateful because I put so much work into it. It took so long, and if this does well, and hopefully if I get just a little bit of support on my Patreon as well to help me along the way, I would love to continue with this review series with the future seasons of Yu-Gi-Oh! And then move into some of the other shows that I grew up with. I know there is a market for this kind of nostalgic content. I know a lot of people around my age are nostalgic for these shows. So thank you so much for the support. Please, please, please drop a like if you enjoyed this video, because likes are so important for helping me grow my channel and pushing my videos out to more people. Drop a comment as well. Let's really drive that engagement up. Drop a comment on your thoughts on Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 1 or Yu-Gi-Oh! As a whole, or your favorite cartoons growing up. Whatever you would like to talk about, drop a comment about that. And if you are interested in seeing the future of this review series or more content like this in general, please subscribe and hit the notification bell to get notified when I post a video. Stay tuned, guys. This is just the beginning. Your move.